All right, welcome everyone. Hopefully I did everything correctly this time. We ran the intro, we switched the scenes and everything hopefully is working. Welcome everyone, and welcome Anastasiia. Hope you're doing fine this Wednesday. It is Wednesday.
It is Wednesday.
Every time, like I know it's Wednesday, but then I had to think, like, is it really Wednesday? And yeah.
I mean, when you are here in the live trading room 4 days a week, you start messing the days. It's like, which one of those 4 is it today?
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we got some interesting movements in the market. We had the CPI, the inflation numbers yesterday, which caused quite a bit of interesting volatility, I must say. A lot of whipsaw effects. You know, you saw, I think it was GBP USD had and Euro USD had a very strong move to the downside, finding some support. So there's a lot of volatility that we might be able to play around with here today. Anything you guys in the comments are watching, let us know. Of course, we want you all to help us out here. I mean, we're, you know, one of the reasons I'm doing this is because you guys in the comments, you're giving some good, you know, good trading signals to us as hosts. I mean, I've actually been making some money by following some of the advice I've been getting in the comment section. So you're not supposed to be following us for advice, but we can, of course, follow you for advice. I guess that should be okay.
I finally know why you call this trading room.
Yeah, this is, you know, this is the whole reason why we set this up, to source the knowledge from the comment section. Okay, so today we're also doing giveaway. As you might have seen on the thumbnail, we have a little giveaway icon there, and you can also see in the pinned comments. If you go to the comment section on YouTube, yes, it has to be YouTube. So if you're watching this on Twitter, on X, go over to YouTube. Who's using that platform today anyway? It's absolutely terrible after Elon took it over. Anyway, go over to YouTube, subscribe to the channel, and now Anastasiia is offline. Well, that was quick. Let me just remove her. Just like that. She probably just closed down the window. Something like that. You know, it's a new platform. We're growing so quick here in the trading room. We're growing so quick as a company and as a product that it's a lot of growing pains, you know. And this new platform, thank you, Mike, for setting it up. It's a beautiful platform. It is amazing. It's huge. I feel like sometimes I feel like I got the inner Trump in me coming out when I'm enthusiastic, you know. Very good work, Mike. I like it. Huge. Mike's a good guy. Big Mike, we call him. Everyone calls him the Big Mike in the office. Big Mike. It is what it is. Good guy. Set it all up. Eve Mugs. Beautiful platform. Everything's working great. We get a giveaway going on, guys. Huge giveaway. Go into the link in the comment section. Pinned comment section. Go in there. You have to follow 3 steps. Sign up to the 5ers Hub, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and we got a little bit of an extra. You got to go in and help us out. We got a community thing going on, and we want you all to help us out to get the 5ers to the next level. And by following the instructions in the giveaway, that's exactly what you're going to do. What are you going to win in this giveaway? That's going to be a surprise. It's going to be a surprise. Could it be an evaluation account? Maybe. Could it be something else? Probably not, but it's going to be a surprise. We're going to pull up the screen right here. I'm going to pull up my scene, which is this one right here. It says my name. I'm going to click that one. Hopefully everything will be correct. Yes, look at that. Beautiful. This is the Bitcoin chart. Are we interested in Bitcoin? Let us know in the comment section. Are we interested in Bitcoin? I don't think we are. I don't think we are. Are we interested in Bitcoin? Probably not. But what I wanted to show you here is... Actually, you know what? Let's just go to something else. Let's look at EUR/USD. I think that's what everyone wants to look at. EUR/USD, gold, all of that, right? So what we got right here for EUR/USD is you guys know that I've started building a position here. On EUR/USD. I'm going to pull up my MetaTrader. That says invalid account. Okay, so that's not good. Did I log into the wrong one? Probably did log into the wrong one. Hopefully I... okay, I gotta log in. So I logged into the 5ers account on my laptop, and I haven't logged in on my desktop. So I'm gonna just quickly go into the 5ers Hub, and I'm going to log into my MetaTrader account, and we're gonna be looking at that MetaTrader account where I am fully filled on the position. I'm fully filled on the EUR/USD position. Why am my face so big? Maybe because I've been eating more than usual, but that's not what I'm referring to. Not sure why I even mentioned that. I'm referring to the fact that I'm big like this. I'm zoomed in. I'm going to be zooming out a little bit. Look at that. Beautiful. Look at that beautiful big face of mine. Okay, so we got EUR/USD right here. I have my average entry at around, let's take a look at this one. This is the bigger, it's a better one. Oh, look at Bitcoin. Look at Bitcoin. That is beautiful right here. That's beautiful right here. I like that. Anastasiia, welcome back.
I'm back. For some reason,
what happened?
Out. It was I think it was my laptop with a new platform. Didn't agree on something. No, but I'm back. What are you trading?
Okay. Well, right now I was going to look at your USD, then I switched my layout here on TradingView, and I saw Bitcoin, and Bitcoin absolutely beautiful. Local low right here on Bitcoin. I think this is a fantastic possible opportunity to get in and trade on Bitcoin. Now I know that the spreads and the conditions for trading Bitcoin at the 5ers are not the absolute best, but I think we might be able to get into a trade anyway. But I have... Okay, so we're going to be checking this one. We're going to remember that in 15 minutes, the 1-hour candle is closing for Bitcoin, which confirms a possible trade here for me on Bitcoin. Quickly going to switch over to EUR/USD because this is the trade that I am currently in on EUR/USD. Looking for a 2R, slightly above 2R trade here on EUR/USD up to the levels right below 1.2. That's the only swing position I'm in right now. Yeah, that's about it. Anything you're watching here today?
Yeah, I'm actually planning to buy gold right now.
Nice. Well, share your screen and we'll take a look at that.
Yes. 1 second. So I was looking at it yesterday already, and I was waiting for more confirmations on before going buy for a buy because it's been consolidating and it's been consolidating for a little bit in the morning. And 1 second, I'm still getting used to the new platform. There we go.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Nice.
Okay, amazing. There we go. Awesome. So this is a gold futures. Now, what I was looking at is this consolidation yesterday and today in the morning, and then moved to the upside. I was already planning to buy it, but it wasn't my trading time. So I usually don't trade in the second half of a New York session because it's essentially not the best timing for me. So, but based on back testing, even if the entry looks amazing, it's usually not going to go well. Whether it's completely the opposite for the morning. So in the morning, gold went to the upside and broke the interesting levels for me. So it did break this consolidation here and the point of control on the volume from this level. Besides this, we do have lots of volume from the previous times that the price was testing the same level. So the level 33.44.5 is a point of control of the months. And also we can see that the price earlier today broke it, tested it here, and now seems like it's ready to go higher. Beside this, what I'm also looking at is the first time 30-minute candle closes above the daily point of control. So we see also the previous retest. So we retested the daily, retested the weekly. Now, after the weekly test, we closed above the daily, and now seems like the price is ready to move higher. So I'm looking for the upwards continuation for gold until 3351.7 and 3358.9 levels. So this is on futures. So that's approximately like 40 to 106 to the upside today. So that's my current opinion on gold, and I just bought it when I was telling this, and my stop loss is right here, 41.5. So I'm looking for approximately 1 to 2 risk to reward if it reaches the higher goal for me. So this is what I'm currently trading. What do you think about gold after yesterday's CPI?
So I'm just going to log into my 5ers account here. I was actually just going to get a payout on my. I was just going to request a payout on my algo trading portfolio account because I saw that the EAs had closed all trades. So I had like $500 that I could take out, and then right when I was going to press withdrawal, it opened a new position. So hopefully that's a winner. So I'll have to wait for that one to close, and then I can request a payout. Okay, so I'm logged into MetaTrader here. All good. Let's switch over to gold then. I'm going to take a look. So you're looking for a buy position on gold, or if I'm not mistaken, you just entered a buy position.
I just entered earlier, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to do quickly a poll on this, and I'm going to ask the viewers if you are bullish or bearish on gold. So while you're in that comment section and you're checking out that poll, make sure that you go to the top comment, the pinned top comment where you have a link to the giveaway. It's also in the top of the description of the video, and in that giveaway, follow the instructions and you will be eligible to win an award. And this giveaway will be going on today and tomorrow, and then on Monday we're going to announce the winners, and on Monday we're also starting another giveaway. So make sure that you come back every day and you get another chance to increase your entries in that giveaway. Okay, let's switch over to my screen. We're gonna take a look at gold. What do I think about gold today? Okay, so what I like about gold here is overall bullish. Obviously, I really like what I'm seeing right here on gold on the daily. On the 4-hour, it's a good. Okay, I'm not going to be able to long this based on the fact that we're right here at resistance. So to me, I'm not going to be able to go long on gold until we reclaim this resistance on the 4-hour. I'm looking at that resistance with prices being at around 3,343, 42. So that's resistance on the 4-hour. Let's see that 63% of you are bullish, 60% bullish. Let's see on the 1-hour. Yeah, that's a really good break and retest right there. And if we go even to the lower time frames, I'm interested to see where the fibs are of the breakdown move here. So if we go down to the 5-minute, you can look at where the move originated from. Let's go back and add that level to the minutes chart as well. Go back to the 5-minute, we can see that this is, I believe this is where that impulse move to the downside, where it originated from this area. And then I would say it found a low here. Now, this is what I was afraid of when looking for shorts here. The reload zone of that level comes in right on that horizontal resistance. So on the lower time frames, yeah, on the lower time frames, it looks like there's a potential breakout for gold here. It looks like we could potentially move higher, and we're still within the zone, so we could still be trading within this zone and still, I mean, it's still going to be resistance even though we trade within this zone. So we could perhaps trade all the way back up here and still be within the zone of resistance. But for me, I want to be able to align potentially all time frames when taking a trade. Well, maybe not all time frames, but if I'm going to be taking a trade like this, I at least want to make sure that if I'm not going long into a important resistance. So then where the question is then, am I interested in shorting this? And we go back and we look at the daily, and I would say no, I'm not really interested in shorting this, because I do suspect that the recent low here on the daily is on the 50% fib. So if we add the 50% fib, yeah, we see that we have that 50% right here. So
where is your resistance? Like, how many dollars higher are you aiming to for the price to reclaim the resistance from the current price level?
Because that's a good question. We can look at, we can find any, based on the 4-hour, I would probably be looking at around 3,350, preferably a little bit higher, maybe 3,346. I did say 50, I mean 45 and 46. So above the 0.786 here. So what I would like to see is,
because what I'm waiting for is basically just $6 move from the current level, $5 to $6 up. And I'm from what I understand, this is still your resistance zone, basically.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think we can definitely see a push to the upside. So your long idea doesn't necessarily go against my idea. It's just that your long idea is within that area of resistance for me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be adding one alert up here. And then I'm also going to be adding one alert below the latest wick here on the 1-hour. Because if gold, now I'm not interested in shorting gold, honestly. I think I want to be looking at long. So even if I do find a short setup on the lower time frames, I think it's not a good idea to short gold. Even though I find a maybe good setup on the 15-minute to short gold, I'm still thinking that it's bullish on the higher time frames. So your long gold, I think long gold is better than short, but I'm just not liking the fact of going long into resistance here. So what are you thinking about that? What are you thinking about the fact that I mean, would you agree that this is resistance?
So I see the market differently.
You know what? I wasn't gonna say anything. I'm like, let's see how long it takes.
No. It took only 2 seconds.
That was quick. That was impressive.
I pay attention. I pay attention on this. So,
Yeah.
in fact, I see the market differently. I trade from volume to volume, and as long as it broke the volume, I'm expecting it to go to the next one. Kinda. So I do agree that we are not, the level, the area that you marked up can still play as a rejection zone, and the price can still break to the downside. And that's why I'm not going to hold it longer than my target, for example. I'm not going to hoping that the price is going to break it. I would rather re-enter if the price breaks through and holds above and then comes to retest back. So I see what you see. I'm still going long, and it's more like a short-term kind of scalp for gold for me.
Yeah. I'm going through the comments right here. I'm going through the comments, and I'll see if we have anything interesting to cover. Okay, why did you buy? Let's go through some of the comments I found here. First, just quickly, I'm going to try to. I know that sometimes, I get a question and then I talk for ages about that specific question, like I'm doing now. But I'm going to try to keep it simple. Okay, so on Euro USD, why did I buy Euro USD? What's the reason for buying Euro USD? I think isn't it obvious? I think for those of you who know the way I trade, especially when it comes to swing trading and the tools I use, it should be fairly obvious why I'm buying Euro USD here. So first of all, ask yourself, what's the primary trend? What's the trend of Euro USD right now? Could you say that this is bearish? Probably not. Could you say that it's neutral? Probably not. Do you have higher highs and higher lows on higher time frames? We have higher highs and higher lows on the weekly. We have higher highs and higher lows on the daily. We got price above the daily 50 EMA. We got price bouncing on the 0.618 of the latest up move, confluent with a high time frame resistance area. If we go to the weekly chart for Euro USD right here, we see that this could potentially be a weekly fake out, but I'm betting on this not being a weekly fake out. I'm betting on the fact that I think Euro USD will establish 1.16 as a new support for the medium term. And I'm looking for a move up towards what I believe could potentially be a new range EQ at around 1.2. There is the possibility of also seeing a move all the way up here to what then becomes range highs. But I'm not really sure. I haven't really decided on the take profit strategy. For me, it's more important to get a good entry, adjust your risk, and then when the trade starts running, you can then start thinking about potentially managing the trades in different ways if you see volatility coming in. Right now, my profit target for this one is around that possible range EQ area, and the simple reason for taking this trade was that we saw an overextension to the downside after the CPI numbers as a big move to the downside, and I started filling positions on this. I am currently in with a max risk, which is around 1% of my account on this trade. It's a very wide stop loss, but the stop loss is based on the daily invalidation, which I believe is one, below the daily 50 EMA, and secondly below the latest swing low on the daily. So I'm just going with the trend here, getting in on the break and retest of what I think is a very important level. Hopefully that makes sense. And we also have another question that I wanted to cover. This one right here. Which are the two EMAs you are using on your chart? You can see right here. It's the 20 and 50 EMA. You might just use the 21 or the 55 or whatever. It doesn't really matter because I'm not looking at the exact level of an EMA. Actually, I want to show you guys something interesting that might help you if you're if you're using EMAs in the way that I'm using them. It might actually be helpful to add 2 extra EMAs around the EMA that you're having, like a band between the EMA. So if you have the 20 EMA, so we can remove the blue one. No, we remove the white one. We remove the blue one, sorry. So we have the 20 EMA right here. And then what I can do is I can go in and I can change this one to the, let's say 25, like that. And then I'll change that one to the 15. So now you have three EMAs on your chart, with the middle one being 20 and the fastest one being the 15 and the slowest one being the 25. So you have a span of 10, with the midpoint being the most important one. And this creates a nice looking band here on the chart. And what it does is it gives you a little bit room for error. So maybe you like looking at the 20, but you see a lot of times that price goes above or below the 20, and this is a good way of creating a zone rather than one exact level. Just like when you're adding horizontal levels, I mean, we can add a horizontal level right on that very wick, an exact level, exact price, but what we should do instead is encapsulate this general area with a zone, because prices are reacting to zones and not exact prices. So that's a little tip for you if you like using EMAs. Definitely worth playing around here. You can see here, for example, that price here bounces on the slowest EMA, but it actually uses this whole area as support. So it's just to visually enhance that idea of having a buffer zone. That makes sense.
What do you think about USD/JPY now?
USD/JPY. Oh, you know what? I closed a beautiful trade on USD/JPY yesterday. No, I actually did close the trade before the EA did, which was not a great idea, but because it would actually have hit the TP. But I had a trade yesterday. The EA went long on that breakout with stops like not even below, like here, and then it had TP right on that wick. So a 6R trade almost on that EA, just absolutely beautiful. And that's and that took me from drawdown into getting $500 in payout this morning.
Wow.
That's a crazy trade. One trade to make back like 2 weeks of drawdown, which is also good.
It was yesterday, right?
Yeah.
I had the same exact trade yesterday on the CPI,
Nice.
and I was in this trade from Monday, and then Tuesday the CPI continuation. So exactly similar situation as yours. I did close it a little earlier than you.
Yeah, it's that's a really good move. That was a really powerful move. But looking at the USD/JPY, I'm still on my private account. I'm still long. I'm still long on USD/JPY for this long-term trade. The reason why I'm not trading this on the prop firms is basically because I'm in with way more risk than I would ever do in a prop firm, and so I'm in with 5% risk, and I've reduced it. I started with like 10% risk on this one. I've taken some profits, and I'm now in with 5% risk on the account, which means, you know, if the trade runs all the way up here, it's going to be a lot of money. It's going to take probably a couple of weeks, maybe a couple of months, but it's the type of trade that it's going to make, you know, a whole year. It's going to be like, you know, 20-30% profit on only this trade, which of course is not possible to do on the prop firms because of the daily drawdown. I'm, you know, being up 5% now. If I move down 3%, and the hypergrowth is going to close out all the trades. And if I move down all the way back down to entry, which I don't think is going to happen, but I still have my stop loss down here. So there is a possibility of price just absolutely dumping. And if I'm trading a high stakes account, I'm going to lose the account. So that brings me to an interesting scenario as well with Euro USD. So first of all, this is the you know, the analysis that I've showed in the beginning of June of how USD/JPY is most likely putting in a cycle low, and there's a good invalidation level here. Either we go long here or we go short on the breakthrough downside. and we got that double bottom. Everything kind of lines up for a possible cycle low, and I'm looking for this pattern to repeat itself. Also, it aligns with seasonality, looking at Season X. I don't have that up now, but I can look at it later. So yeah, that's what I'm looking at on USD JPY. Looking at the lower time frames, I think as well, there is the possibility of seeing continuation to the upside. I would not be willing to perhaps buy here because we got that, like, we're inside a major resistance zone here. But if we do come down here and we hit that level, we can also see that the moving averages will align nicely with that level. We also, of course, as in a lot of cases, we also have that reload zone perfectly within that breakout zone. So I'm going to be adding an alert right here and potentially take like a low time frame trade here on USD JPY if we do get a reaction in that area. Nice, we got a lot of good comments here. I would love to know
on USD JPY right now, but like a short term. So short term sell right now is a reversal for the yesterday's move. Gonna wait a second. Here we go. So I was trade yesterday until the reversal, and now what we see here is that the price has been consolidated. Now we did reach this high that we created earlier this morning, reached the value area low of the previous consolidation here. So if we go back to the end of March, beginning of April, this consolidation here, this is value area low from the accumulation zone. I suppose that we can go slightly higher here to the value area high in the point of control. For now, we are rejecting this value area low. And if we go backwards, we had a beautiful touch on it with a week. And now what is interesting for me, and the reason I'm waiting for this pullback, is that we had another accumulation. We had the manipulation. So accumulation, manipulation. Now we broke back below this accumulation zone and the point of control of it. We are below the weekly point of control currently. And I'm expecting the price to reject this accumulation, go lower now. Now the question is how low it's going to go. Also, what is giving me another ID for short and another confirmation is that the price has shift location with the developing point of control of the week. So this blue line here has shifted with the price, and it's now above the price, as acting as a potential resistance. We see that the beautiful touch with a just tick touch, and the price starts dropping right now. So I entered the short on USD JPY a little bit earlier, like 5 minutes ago, and I'm waiting for the price to go on down, perhaps to this small zone here that was the only rejection on the move yesterday before the CPI, or as low as 147.74. So let's see. I'm waiting for something between 1 to 2.5 to 1 to 3 risk to reward, 1 to 3.5, depending how far the price is going to go. I don't have the set target yet. My stop loss is above the previous week and this volume here. So let's see how it's going to play out. But I'm waiting for today a potential pullback, since we've been going up for a while without any significant pullback, if not counting this with a week. So we had move to the upside, consolidation, move, another consolidation. So waiting for the pullback as a recovery. And usually the PPI, very interesting, PPI usually has, or majority of the time, the opposite move than the CPI, because the expectations were already included in the price. The numbers that are going to come out are usually included already quoted already in the current price. And the data, when it comes out, usually messes up with the previous day CPI data. So PPI usually has either the like kind of helicopter moves when the price just consolidates and then comes back in the same area approximately, or the other flip side is it creates the opposite direction movement than the CPI did. So this is what I'm also counting on today.
All right, I think that's a really good trade. I think I want to cover that as well. I want to look at if I can do a similar type of analysis, if I can find anything similar, because I did see something that I really like. If I go down to the 5 minute, now what I'm interested is always when I'm seeing like clean moves like this one, that really piques my interest, right? Because if you have when you have a strong move to the downside like this, all I'm thinking is, okay, I got to put a fib on that. So if I put a fib on this, and I see that there's good confidence between either the 50% fib or the 0.618. We had a 50 right here. Then that could potentially help me find a good entry. And here we see the 50% acting as very, very good resistance. And it's also, you can also, of course, argue that there's a resistance zone going kind of straight through this area. We could also be viewing this as a possible range. Like this. And then we could perhaps be looking at a move down towards range lows. There's a lot of opportunities here. And we're seeing a rejection here. We're now having a rejection on that range EQ and a very, very clear level here below an untested support. So I think this short makes a lot of sense. We also got some nice trend lines going here, sort of like in this area. See, I think this could be a really good trade, like a low time frame short right here on USD JPY.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at.
Because I'm most likely not going to be... I'm not going to be taking this trade because I feel like... Actually, you know what? Quite tempting to take this trade. But I also feel like... For me, it's not a good idea to take a trade on the lower time frames that goes against a swing position I'm in. If I'm long USD JPY for the mid to long term, I also feel like it would be better to wait for longs, because for me the probability is much higher to go long and go with the higher time frames instead of trying to trade the lower time frames in contrast or against the higher time frames. Now, I'm not saying this is a bad trade. I think it's a great trade, but just the way I'm trading, I feel more comfortable going long with the primary trend. And if I look at the daily, I feel like we're waiting for pullback, and then I'm potentially ready to go long. We got Mike saying GU long. Let's take a look.
I'm not convinced about GU longs. I'm not saying no, but the structure of how it is right now. But let me just quickly for myself. So because I was selling GU the last week as well, right here. So I was waiting for the confirmation. I was selling it yesterday as well on the CPI with a very small reason, because I was already in Euro USD, I was in USD JPY, and now also GBP USD. So it all kind of all correlated. But I was making the bet on the CPI basically. So I was selling this. Now we can see the same exact structure. So we had a barely any recovery and then the drop. We are having a barely any recovery, and right now the price is having exactly similar price action. Now I'm not saying it cannot go up, but if you look at it right now, it doesn't seem like there is any bullish momentum yet. So I don't see it for personally. I see that the price tried going up, failed, tried going up, failed, tried going up, failed. So it's for me, it's pretty clear that it's a parabolic attempt to go higher as here. And now it seems like we're going to get crashing lower. Now, besides this, I don't have my futures chart brought up, but I'm looking at it on the second screen. And we have lots of volume right here, basically. And here, the cluster volume that the price is trying to break now. And we can pretty much see it here as well. So the high volume node is trying to, the price is trying to break through it. The same as on the futures. So this is a futures on GBP USD, and we have the point of control of the week as well here. So it doesn't seem for me like GBP USD is ready to go back up, to be honest with you, yet.
No, I agree with you. I think there's too many signs of the primary trend potentially breaking here. You have the idea of price being at a very strong high time frame support. Let me switch over, see if I can we have this idea of price being, what I'm looking at is basically, okay, this is the trend. By just connecting these lows, I'm looking at this as the trend. And this is where Euro USD is trading right now. And I feel like the fact that GBP USD is trading at down here compared to Euro USD tells me that there's lots of more strength in Euro versus USD than there is in GBP versus USD. So the stronger pair for me would be the Euro, but then there's the idea that you want to get in a position as close to the invalidation as possible. Now, if you look at the long tool that I have here, I wanted to start entering a position on GBP USD if we saw some type of bullish reaction within this area. So the question is this idea still valid? If you look at that low and you measure, or you think that the trend is still alive, as long as we stay above that low, then yes, the idea is still valid. But I'm always looking at the 0.618. So the 0.618 for me, that's the level where if price goes lower, we have the possibility of entering going from an uptrend to a range. Because if you think about it, what is the first thing that is going to happen when you go from an uptrend into either a consolidation phase, which in this case would most likely be a distribution phase, or a downtrend? So you have an uptrend, and then you go into a range or a downtrend. Well, what will happen is you have this uptrend, and you will always first have a double bottom. So this is what will happen first, and then you might create a double top, and then you have a range, or you just break down and you start a downtrend. So this pattern that we're seeing right here is the first sign of a change of structure or change of behavior in the trend. You can also see that GBP USD has just briefly gone below the daily 50 EMA here, but otherwise it's been staying between the daily 20 and the daily 50, been using this area as support. But I know that Mike, I think, is looking at, he's kind of looking at trades with very high risk to reward. So obviously low win rate, but high risk to reward. And I'm thinking he might be looking at a trade that perhaps looks, something like this, if I'm not mistaken. And in that case, it would make perfect sense to go long on the GBP USD here, because even though there's signs of a potential change of structure, it has not confirmed a break of market structure just yet. And then if you look at the weekly on the higher time frames for GU, you see that this is a very important area for GBP USD, and if we can hold this level, there is of course the possibility of seeing a high time frame move up into this region where we also have that trend line. So for me and the way I'm trading, going long on GU here is not the best thing, I think, but definitely not a terrible idea if you're able to accept the fact that you're probably going to lose, you're probably going to get that stop loss hitting, but if not, you're going to have a very high risk reward trade. Okay, what else? What else do we have?
Tim is saying he's short GU. Yeah, I can see the short on GU, to be honest with you. I can see that.
Yeah, I can't. I gotta be honest, I can definitely not see a short on GU here. So it depends on what time frame. If we're looking at the 1 minute, yeah, maybe down to this level. But then if you go out to the weekly and you're like, yeah, this, like, since when did we start shorting like one of the strongest support level in the history of GU? I feel like maybe that's a thing, maybe that's your thing, you're shorting support. I don't like that though. Like, I think that makes not a lot of sense. Then of course if you show me your setup, then I might be okay, that makes sense. But maybe seeing a move down to this level could make sense, but I'd be very, very careful when shorting a level that previously has been used as very okay. So now we got more people coming in saying that they're short on GU.
Let me show
I
you
I
this chart.
are you short GU as well?
Not yet, but I'm looking into it. Now, the reason I was looking short, I was actually short for 2 weeks already on GU since last week and this week as well. And the reason for this is that if you look at the volume profile distribution, this is the high volume node here, this is the high volume node here, and this is the one. So this is a monthly volume distribution. We can see here this is still space until the next one. And although we are at the bottom and on previous support, if you look at the daily candle, how it's closing. The last time we were coming to the support, the price started reversing. So we had a very aggressive bearish candle, then we have kind of a doji, and then the price, oops, apologies, and then the price tried to recover. So we had several bullish candles after that. We have only bearish momentum day by day. And we are, although the price came to the previous support, there is no bullish activity yet at all. So I'm waiting for GU to go even lower, to be honest with you, for another, let's say 60, 70 from now on. So I'm expecting the price to actually break the previous lows and get into the zone of this consolidation and the volume accumulation as well. So even by the price action, I don't think it does. It for now, it doesn't look like it's going to hold the support. To be honest.
Okay, that's very interesting. We'll see where GU is trading tomorrow, and then next week. Definitely going to be remembering what we've talked about here. I am going to add an alert below the like the daily, that going to be adding an alert at lower prices base. Let's see if we can break below that monthly level and then slightly above to see where we are heading.
I'm waiting at least until this level, so I'm gonna mark it up for myself as well, so we can have a look at that later. So that's still a short on approximately 20-30 ticks to the downside. Then that's 33.69, 33.70, and then the next one is 33.00. So let's see where it's gonna end up. Very curious to see that.
All right, let's see. We got some more questions here. Keep the questions going, guys. It's and if you want me to look at your USD, you can go back. I'm not gonna look at your USD all stream, but if you want me to show you that analysis, I've done so about 5 to 10 minutes ago. So you can go back into the live stream or watch the replay, and then I'll have a breakdown on Euro USD. What's my view on Bitcoin? Now, Bitcoin, I wanted to quickly check Bitcoin because there's two opportunities here to for Bitcoin, and like I said, I also wanted to. Okay, so okay, I'm not gonna enter a position here because I need to really check the conditions with the fibers for Bitcoin before placing an order here. But I'm thinking that maybe. Okay, let's look at the spreads here for Bitcoin. Okay, what's the spread on Bitcoin? It's going to be opening this up.
While you're checking that, we also had a question about the USD JPY. Can you have a look at the USD JPY on 1 hour time frame? Hardik is asking. We actually did. So if you go a little bit earlier in the live stream, about 30 minutes ago, we discussed the USD JPY IDs. Both me and Jonatan, the view on it. So while Jonathan's looking at BTC, just watch a recording. It's like 5 minutes, and we broke down the USD JPY there for you, exactly on like 30-minute, 1 hour time frames.
Okay, so I'm gonna try. I'll try this out. See if. Okay, so I'll try it out live here. See what the spreads and everything actually is for Bitcoin. Let's do it. I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna just be sharing my. Sharing my MetaTrader here quickly. see what happens. Okay, so this is Bitcoin right here. Now, what I like about this is obviously we, if we look at the daily for Bitcoin, I want to enter positions if we come down here. But a lot of times Bitcoin likes to really surprise us, okay, and really continue to the upside when we never think it's going to continue to the upside. It will front run the most obvious level, or it's going to overshoot them. Like, very rarely does Bitcoin perfectly hit a breakout area. So if I enter at market, can I not remove stop loss? Okay, so that would be my stop loss. What would be, okay, so I'm going to be entering, let's put in stop loss below this low. We could perhaps be building a position for Bitcoin here. And we're going to be starting very, very small with 0.12 risk. It's going to be a 0.01 position size, and then I will be adding to that one if we drop lower, or just take profit. I'm going to put the take profit here for now, and then I'm going to manage the trade. So for now, it's going to be 1-to-1. Now, what if I just enter at market right here? Where am I going to get filled? Let's see. Okay, that's perfect. But that's not too bad. I mean, I'm on the 1 minute right here. Okay, so the spreads are not that bad, especially not if you're swing trading this. I mean, you can see right here the difference between the bid and the ask price right here. That's quite low. All right, so the spread on Bitcoin is not bad at all. We're going to see what the swaps are. The swaps might be what could perhaps not make it super profitable for swing trading. But I don't think it's too bad, though. Okay, so the idea here is to be long on Bitcoin here.
Yeah,
And
but for the swing trading, with the volatility of Bitcoin, you still need to watch out for the daily drawdown, right?
yeah,
So
of course. So the position sizes, yeah, so the position sizes needs to be small. Like, the position size here is the minimal position size. So I'm building obviously a position where I'm able to, risk 1%. And then if it's a 1-to-1 risk to reward, I'm never going to be able to lose more than, like, the daily drawdown is never going to be more than the max 2%. So it should be good. So now the idea here for Bitcoin is I get a level down here. If we come down and test that level, I will be adding to this position, and then I'll be taking some off here at that high. Now, the thing is, this is just going to be like a $30 win if it continues to the upside, but I hopefully will be able to add some risk to this one. Now, if this trade is stopped out, then I will be adding another position down in this area. The reason why I'm not going to be able to just move my stops down all the way down here or maybe down here, that's because if I do, then the daily drawdown will simply be too big. So I think this makes more sense from that perspective. And then you can see also on EUR USD, I started with a 0.01 position, and then I opened a 0.03, and finally another 0.01. So on EUR USD, I'm in with total risk of this position. I'm in with a total risk of 0.8%, which means that if price drops lower, perhaps test this breakout level right here, I'm able to add more to the trade to get to that 1% max per trade, and then also lower my average entry for EUR USD. Okay, we had another question as well. This is a good one. So how do you control emotions when trend goes against you? Now, the key is to never be in a trade if the trend goes against you. So if you're a trend following trader, you should only be long in uptrends and only be short in downtrends. And if you know where the invalidation level for that trend is, then you're never going to be in a position that is against the trend. So on EUR USD here, for example, I got my stop loss all the way down here. And if price comes down and hits that level and takes out my stop loss, we're now going to have the similar situation as we had with GBP USD. And I looked at GBP USD and I thought, I don't want to be long this. This is not something that I want to be long. So if EUR USD does the same thing, not interested in being long on EUR USD. But price can come down, all the way down to this level and still be bullish. So I'm never really going to be the trend is not going to be against me. And the way you control your emotions is by following the plan. You got to follow the plan of the trade, and you're going to be following your risk management. Then you won't really have a lot of emotions. If you have an idea, you follow that idea, you make a plan, and you follow that plan. Unless price, it's not until you start thinking about changing the idea or moving your stop loss or risking a little bit more, maybe you've already risked too much, that's when the emotion starts to become a problem. If you trade the way you should be trading, I don't believe emotions is going to be such a huge problem. At least not from what I've seen in my own trading, because in my own trading, the times where emotions have been a problem is when I'm making mistakes that are outside the scope of the trading plan. That makes sense.
Usually when we trade based on emotions is because we know we are breaking our own rules. We are over-risking, over-trading, revenge trading. So somewhere subconsciously you know that you're not supposed to be in this trade in the first place. And you know you're breaking your own rule, and you know you're making a mistake, and you know how it's going to end up most likely, and we get stressed. So the best way I think to overcome the stress is to follow your trading system. And you can trade against the trend if you are a reversal setup kind of trader. So have a reversal setup, that the whole point of the reversal setup is to catch the pullback, to catch the correction, to catch the trend reversal. Then you shouldn't have emotional response to it if you tested it. Now, if you didn't test it and you are trying to just catch a falling knife, of course you're going to have emotions. Of course you're going to have stress, perhaps fear, right? Because you didn't test it and you're just trying to react to what the market is doing instead of planning it ahead of time. So I agree with you, Jonathan. I think it's important to test it before you follow your system. If you do, emotions are going to be automatically lower impactful than if you don't and you're just trying to win it and guess it, that of course you're going to have fear, of course you're going to have doubt.
Yeah, I think for me I've tried to create systems around the way. So what I did long time ago, I'm gonna show that. Maybe not in this webinar, but I do have a trading plan. Okay, Mike says, okay, so this is one of those things that this is a great example of Mike. Probably a good idea. Good example of emotional trading here. He probably felt good about that. And he probably felt awesome. Being able to enter that GU and go all in, and he said, "Oh, I'm gonna make so much money on this, right?" And then it gets out, and I'm like, maybe it's not the best idea. No, I'm kidding. Of course, it might not have to be a bad trade or a mental error, but from my own experience, a long time ago, I created a trading plan for myself, and yeah, okay. So I'm gonna see if I can show this one. How do I? Just give me a second here. I'm going to see if I can Maybe you can show something while I do that.
Of course. So I'm looking at this USD JPY. So right now I'm looking for the short, and it's quite going actually. So this is something that we talked about like 40 minutes ago for the USD JPY sell. I think I'm gonna be moving stop loss to break even quite soon if the price goes to the previous lows here. I'm probably gonna protect the trade with stop loss to break even to see if it continue running, and if it does, and if it break this low, I'm gonna be looking for adding to the position. So maybe breaking the low, small retest, and then the continuation to the downside. So this is my current trade, and the gold is still around the break even. But I'm not worried about this again. And this is an example of how emotions respond when you just follow your trading system. It's still above the daily point of control. As long as it's above the daily point of control and this high volume node here, I'm gonna be keep holding gold. Like unless it gets invalidated, of course I'm gonna close it. I have my stop loss placed. I'm only risking a small percentage of this account, so it's fine. So also I think a part of being able to be comfortable when you trade emotionally is knowing that your system is profitable, and knowing that if you back tested it, you will see 100% sure that you will have periods of the losing streaks. You're going to have periods when your strategy is going to be having negative performance over weeks sometimes, and you will be more comfortable with it because you know that by the back testing, in the end of the month, in the end of the quarter, you're going to become profitable anyway. You're going to come out profitable. Now, if you don't have the test, if you don't have the data and the statistics that your system is profitable in the first place, of course, it's easier to get stressed because you essentially don't know what's going to happen. Like, you don't know if it's normal that you have a losing streak, that the last week was break even or the losing one. So emotions kick in and you start responding, okay, I don't know if I'm going to be profitable. So we make emotional mistakes, emotional decisions, we revenge trade because you do not have the overall overview of the stats. So, for example, the last week for me was completely break even. I was actually posting about it as well. And then yesterday, just CPI was the day that covered all of it, the whole week and a half of waiting. And sometimes it's not going to be a week, sometimes it's going to be a month. Sometimes if you trade long term, it's going to be a quarter for you when you're going to be break even or even a losing. So the objective of a trader, your task as a trader is not to be profitable every single day, every single week. It's essentially to stay long enough in the game to still get what's yours in the end, and don't blow your account until the good period of time comes and your strategy performs it as planned, as it should be, as expected. Mike is saying that he's been sarcastic about his GU trade.
Okay, yeah. But he's probably not, though. I think he's probably in with quite a lot on that trade. Honestly, like, it's probably if you like, yeah. If I know him, yeah, he's in with a big position on that one. Let me switch over to my screen quickly. I want to show you something that I think is super important. So I'm not going to go through the details of this. So this is a trading plan that I wrote about six years ago, and I believe that every trader should have something similar. A trading plan should be written in the style of a business plan. So I think what you want to do is you want to go open up a document and just write, my trading plan, and then write a section. So this could just be a motivation or an inspiration for you to do one of your own. So you could say you could start with a question: who am I as a trader? And start writing down what type of trader do you want to be? What type of trader are you today? What are you using? What type of tools are you using in your trading? What type of markets are you trading? Why are you using those tools? Why are you trading those markets? And exactly how you're doing all of that. And then set up also talk about your personal trading style, but also more importantly, set up a schedule for your routines. So here, for example, I write that I will plan all my trades on the weekend. I'm not doing that every weekend this time, but when writing this, that's what I was doing. So for example, I say here, I will plan all my trades on the weekend because I'm a 100% technical trader. I need to know if there's any major news event on the day I plan to trade. If there is a major news event, I will not trade the pairs affected for 2 hours before or after the event. If there's a lot of major events that day, I might not trade those pairs at all that day. Now, this is very, very important, right? Make a list, strength, weaknesses, and problems. Here, I'm listing some of what I believe is some of my strength. So, for example, here I have one is accepting a loss. I'm very good at accepting a loss. I can very quickly accept that a trade is invalidated. I hit my stop loss, and I can move on. And I'm also patient. But then some of my weaknesses are, and still are my weaknesses. It's I'm impulsive. I don't have a lot of time to trade because I have so much other products going on, and I'm over trading. So you could say here that two of my most important strengths are accepting a loss and I'm patient. And two of my most important weaknesses is I'm impulsive and I can easily overtrade. So then I take this strength and I try to create solutions for the weaknesses. Okay, so I say right here, this is what I write. Most of the problems above are easily solved by carefully planning my trades and being disciplined enough to following them. The plan should be done on weekends based on high time frame analysis. Okay, so if I make plans and I am patient enough to follow those plans, then it's going to be impossible for me to be impulsive or act impulsively. And I'm not going to be over trading because I have right here, I will counter over trading by setting a max 2 trades per day limit and make sure to never enter anything that's not in the trading plan from the weekend scan. I will also utilize TradingView's alert system to make sure I don't have to check the charts until price hits an important level. So here I solve over trading very simply by just taking 2 trades per day, no more than that. If I do take 2 trades per day, more than 2 trades per day, I'm over trading and I have to take a step back. By utilizing TradingView's alert system, it's going to be impossible for me to be impulsive because I put the alerts at levels where I would be interested in a possible trade. And as long as I follow that, I'm not going to have as much problem with impulsiveness and overtrading. And because of my strength of being patient, I'm able to wait for the alerts to fire and I don't have to watch the chart all the time. And then you got, the trading rules right here. Got all the trading rules. Back then I took 1% risk per trade, which is way different right now. But, list of trading rules that I religiously have to follow. And then here, additional notes and thoughts. Like, for example, here I say that my mental edge is more important than my technical edge, which I'm not sure I agree with today, but back then I did. And then risk management. And then I have setups and example. This is where I did put in, and this is just an example trading plan. I have another trading plan that I'm using today, but here I put in all the setups that I've seen is working. So all the trading systems, all the setups that I'm trading, put them in here with clear explanation of all the systems and all the setups, and then charts showing everything right here. So what this creates is a like a business plan and a trading plan. You could say a business plan for your trading career. And every changes that you do in your trading should be changes to this document. So this is a source of truth for your trading. Okay, you go back to this. If you have any you feel like you're in a position and you're getting too emotional and you start making mistakes and you're getting out of your comfort zone in trading, go back to this document, read through it, and it will center you. It's going to balance you in who you are as a trader, and you'll remind yourself like, okay, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. And everything in here is supposed to be backed by data, so that the stuff that you're reading here is stuff that you know is working for you. And then I would also recommend adding more sections to this. Today, for example, I have sections on algo trading and brainstorming / ideas. So for me, today, one of the most important sections that I have in my trading plan is the brainstorming section, because that's where the magic happens, right? That's where I I used AI, so I use voice to text with ChatGPT, and I basically just have a conversation with it with all the possible ideas that I can come up with trading systems and trading ideas, and then I put it into document as a future plan on what to test and what systems to create. But it's all in the trading plan, and you should never do anything in your trading that is not in your business plan. Because you got to realize that's what you're doing. You're running a business. You're a trader. You're running a business. You're a one man show, right? And you're running that business, and you got to make sure that you're running the business effectively, because you have hedge funds and institutional traders backed by billions of dollars that is doing this, and they're going to take your money if you can't do it seriously. Okay, that's what I wanted to show. Okay, now it's all you, Anastasiia.
This is really, really powerful. I think, one of the most important things is to know your strengths and weaknesses and be honest with yourself about it. And this is what people struggle so much with. Like, we feel like we need to be good in everything, but we can't, And there are two different approaches as well. You can work on, strengthening your weaknesses, or you can work on minimizing the effect of weaknesses and maximizing the strengths that you have in your results. And I think for me personally, the second approach I think is more effective,
Yeah.
because you can minimize, you can be aware of your weaknesses, of your triggers, and we all have those emotional triggers, that completely get us outranged with our own trading system and how push us to go to get in our own way when we trade. But we also have our strengths, and for some people it's going to be discipline. For some people, like I have a strength, for example, that I have a very high risk tolerance, which is also a strength because it allows me to grow faster, and it allows me to handle higher risks, bigger capitals. Also in life, for example, opportunities, that like some people that perhaps someone else wouldn't take. However, I also know that I shouldn't, for example, they should be very careful with risk on the other hand, because it also can be a weakness if you approach it incorrectly. So it's like if you know these things about yourself, when is a moment that you need to take a break, when is a moment that you need to stop, and when is a moment that you really need to lock in and focus and maximize right now the opportunity that is in the market, for example. It's great. I think the file is amazing. I can't imagine how much work you put into this file, but I think it's priceless, honestly, Jonathan.
Yeah, and thank you. I did put in a lot of work in that, and I think it's not really that difficult, because while you spend some time on it, and you spend some time with yourself and reflect over what you're doing in trading, what's working, what's not working. Who are you as a person, and how does it relate to trading? And really, you're going to be honest with yourself. If it's one thing that trading has really taught me, is I've really put up a mirror to myself, right? I really have to. Trading for me was not just about. I think the journey in trading for me has been like I had to visit some really dark places of my own psychology to really figure out, why am I doing these mistakes? Why do I keep making the same mistakes over and over again? And I realized that it's self-sabotage. When I began trading, I think I suffered from there's this psychological thing called I don't know what it's called, but like like I'm trading and I'm making money trading, but it feels like I'm not a trader. Like I'm almost like a fraud. You know what I mean? Like you're maybe someone in the comment can help me out with what that is called when you're. It's so difficult to imposter syndrome, exactly. Okay, so for me it felt like I'm not a trader, and I don't deserve to be a trader, or I don't deserve the money, or I'm just trying to be a trader but I'm not really a trader, and that idea really started to affect me in a negative way, where it's like I started thinking that maybe unconsciously I'm self-sabotaging without really knowing about it. And working on that aspect has been, it's been a difficult journey, but it's definitely been a journey that has also helped me life, like in real life, not only in trading. But yeah, Bitcoin looking good, making some money on Bitcoin here. I've got 3 positions, just to change subject, you know.
How did you deal with your imposter syndrome? Because I've been also working on that for a few good years right now. You know what is funny thing that it's always funny, and someone told me this, and I think it applies to you. People who actually are good usually have the imposter syndromes. When people who have almost no knowledge, they don't know what they don't know, and they don't deal with imposter syndrome because they feel like they know everything already.
Yeah, so I feel like so the way that I dealt with it was, I think journaling. You know, just taking a pen and paper and started asking myself some really difficult questions. You know, like, and yeah, I think because I didn't. Yeah, I think I just had to have difficult conversation with myself and really sit down with like a pen and paper journal and write about like each day what was I thinking during the trading sessions, and the emotions that I'm feeling. Where does those emotions come in? And then like, yeah, I mean, it goes kind of deep, you know. Like you have to think about your childhood, any, you know, if you experience any type of trauma, or if you had certain upbringing and things like that. So I had to deal with that. And interestingly enough, like I started trading in 2017, and I don't know if many of you know this, but in 2015 I had nothing. I was basically like, I lost my apartment. I was basically homeless. I had no job, had no money. I've lived a life of just, I've never had a regular job. I've basically been an addict all my life. Kind of not lived a great life, you know. And I then started. I bought Bitcoin. Funnily, that life also introduced me to Bitcoin, because you could buy things with Bitcoin back then. So that life kind of introduced me to Bitcoin, you know. And I bought Bitcoin, and I remember seeing it. I started mining Bitcoin as well back in 2011, and I made several hundreds of Bitcoin, and it would be a value of several billions today. But I might tell a story about that another time, how I lost all of that. But I bought Bitcoin, right? And I got into this trading world in 2017 by a friend of mine said, like, you got to check Bitcoin. Like, we mined Bitcoin back then in 2011, and now it's 2017. It's like, you got to check the price of Bitcoin. I'm like, checking the price of Bitcoin, and I'm like, wow, okay. It's at 5,000, you know? And I mined it when it was like at $3 or something. And so I bought Bitcoin. I started making some money on that, and then I got into the Twitter and technical analysis, and I started trading, made quite a lot of money in the 2017 bull market, and then lost it all. But that kind of opened up the eyes to what I could do with trading. So there and then I decided that, okay, so I'm gonna become a trader, and I'm going to learn technical analysis. I'm going to study CMT. I'm going to become a trader. I'm going to be making money trader. And yeah, that's it. Here I am, you know, doing what I'm doing. But that journey into the world of trading, I think that imposter syndrome comes from, you know, who am I? You know, so you're some random guy with nothing just decides to become a trader, and then when things starts going well, I'm like, this can't be real. I'm not a trader. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not a trader. This is not me. And so yeah, very, very long, difficult journey to discover solutions to problems like that. And I know a lot of people watching this, I know is suffering from a lot of similar things, psychological issues and things like that. And I think to really excel in trading, you need to really get to know yourself and figure out some solutions to that.
Jonathan,
Wow,
I'm actually super impressed. Like, wow, I never heard this story before. It's incredible, but like, just to give you a little bit food for thought, you probably heard about that, but a lot of people could be in your situation mining Bitcoin back then and spending it all in the same exact way and would never do anything different with it. You had the opportunity, you took it, and you actually did make something with it. You changed your life. So
yeah.
everything that you have now is totally deserved. Like, I know you probably heard about it, but it's, people make different choices even having similar opportunities.
Yeah, definitely. I'm super happy to. I'm super happy for the life I'm living now. Thinking back to where I was back then, and the opportunity that trading has given me, it's fantastic, and that's also why I want to be doing this. I want to be, showing people that if I could do it, then everyone can do it. Like if anyone can become a trader, and you can change your life. You can change your life. Give it a couple of years, and you're going to change your life. Especially now, like back then, we didn't have prop firms. We didn't have prop firms like we have today. Every dollar that we had to make from our personal account, and I didn't have a lot of money. So everything I made, like I had a job, and I worked 2 different jobs, and then I tried to trade when not working, and everything I made from the jobs, I put in the trading account, and then slowly but surely it grew. But today, you just get an evaluation account, pass the evaluation, and now you're funded with hundreds of thousands of dollars. It just blows my mind how easy it is today compared to just 10 years ago. It's absolutely crazy. Well, okay, not 10 years ago, 5 years ago. Insane. Yeah, crazy. What are you looking at, Anastasiia? You're reading comments.
I'm reading the comments.
We've got a lot of comments.
My favorite person is on the live stream. Welcome.
Who's that?
Vinicius,
yeah. So Vinicius always here. Always happy to have you in here. Okay, so trading then. I mean, I guess we're here to make money. We're here to trade. We're not here to have a psychology session. Although that, I didn't mean to go that deep. But I like sharing the story to kind of hopefully motivate people and inspire them. Like, you don't have to go around just wearing a suit and being this banker guy to be able to trade. You don't have to go into this fancy education. You can like me, you can party all your life and then decide you're going to become a trader. It's probably not a good idea, but it works. You know what I mean? It does work. Okay, I'm not saying you should do that. What I'm saying is, if you're in a situation today in life where you feel like there's no way you're going to be able to become a trader, anyone can. Okay? Anyone can.
No, it's
like now, I'm up.
A story actually, Jonathan. So I think the fact that you shared it is giving lots of inspiration to a lot of people.
Yeah, sometimes I might share. Sometimes I might share how I lost hundreds of Bitcoin. That's an interesting story. That's going to be for another time. Not today, though.
Not everything funds.
Nah, exactly.
Need to keep something for later.
Yes, exactly. Trading goes beyond charts. The goddess trades Forex. She was one of the traders in a challenge that we did in Discord. Yeah, I remember you. Why are you not on here? Why are you not joining the live trading room? We want you to join the live trading room. You should definitely get in touch with someone in Discord, and I would love to get you on here. Would love to get you on the trading show.
We need more women traders on the stream.
Yeah. Man, some of these comments, makes me question reality, like question humanity.
Which one?
Did she tell? Did he tell you not to interrupt? Is it that my thing? Is it
I
me
think
who's interrupting?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
He must be new here.
No, it's fine.
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, so we got a nice, another nice close here for Bitcoin. We closed just the 1 hour candle right here. Got a nice breakout on Bitcoin. I got 3 positions filled right here. We are currently down $4 on this account. So the idea here, I created this account yesterday, and full disclosure, I did not pay for this account. Like, I've stopped paying for the accounts because it's not looking good, guys. Just losing money. So no, I asked the good people in the office at The5ers to give me an evaluation account, and that's one of the perks to do this job. Getting free evaluation account, which you can get as well if you join the giveaway. Pinned comment section and in the description, you can join the giveaway where we are going to give away free evaluation accounts if you follow the instruction. Anyway, this is a swing trading evaluation account because I have an evaluation account where I do intraday scalping, but honestly, I feel like I've doing that, I'm kind of starting to lose touch of who I am in trading. Like I'm not an intraday trader. I'm a swing trader, and I feel like I'm much more comfortable trading the way I'm trading on this account. So that's what I'm gonna be doing. This is a demo account. I might start showing my. Actually, you know what? Most of my real accounts are connected to the EAs, so I'm not manually trading a lot of not a lot to show there. Anastasiia, how's you going?
Yeah, actually, just a quick update on that. Was just loading the chart. I am break even. I moved my stop loss to break even right now, so I'm holding that.
Nice.
Doesn't go too bad, so don't see any reason for the price to not continue to go down from here. So I'm break even, risk free. Let's see how far it can run. If the price breaks through 148.6, I'm going to be adding to this position. Well, I'm technically actually buying 6J, not shorting UJ, but it's pretty much the same, right? So if it breaks the low or for me the high, I'm going to be adding to my position here.
I call bullshit. On this, Mike. Show me the charts. We're actually going to come on the live stream soon, so you're going to show everyone. How is that possible? 8R? How's that even possible?
I saw the screenshot. I saw the screenshot, Jonatan, of the trade, and the size of the stop loss was ridiculous there. Like, it's ridiculous. It's just, Mike, what is it? It's like one.
Wait a minute. Is he sending you screenshots, but he's not sending me screenshots? What's going on here, Michael?
It's 2 pips. It's 2 pips stop loss. It's not even enough.
Did he send you this on WhatsApp, or do you have some special group that I'm not a member in?
I can't tell you, Jonathan. I'm sorry.
My God, Michael.
You have to ask Mike.
And Michael, you have a wife, okay? Stop DMing Anastasiia in private. You gotta be careful, Mike. It's not what we do here in the live trading room. Showing her like, look at this 8R trade. Relax. I can show her an 8R trade as well. No, I can't actually. I never take an 8R trade. He's gonna win that one.
At this point, I have my own 1 to 3 RR trade running. I'm doing my own trade.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, we're just kidding. We're just joking around. We're all having fun here. Okay, so he took an 8R trade. So he probably closed that one.
He closed
I don't know. I gotta see that one.
He closed it at 33,949, and the stop loss was 2 pips, literally from. Yeah, 2 pips. Yeah, I think so.
Wow. So how much did you risk on that, Michael? How much in, like, I guess percentage or whatever?
This comment section is killing me. Jonathan, by the way, you also have a wife.
I'm not sending you. Well, I'm not sending you. Trying to impress you with the high risk reward trades. That's the difference. That's the difference here. You know, it's bad enough that I'm on thumbnails on YouTube, like with other women when she turns on the TV, and some of our kids turns on YouTube, and there I am on YouTube. That's okay. It's having fun, guys. Okay, zero. Okay, 0.2. That's okay. 0.2 times 8. So on that one, you made 1.6%. That's really good, actually. That's actually really, really good. Nice.
Mike, you're insane. The EU didn't even move anywhere. Like it's literally, in my personal view, it didn't do anything. And Mike was able to close, hey there, 8-hour trade. Like
Don't try
how?
and mute. Don't try and mute me, Jonathan. Don't try and mute me.
Man, you.
Remember,
Man, this new platform is too advanced.
remember who taught you how to use this platform. All right, just remember that. Okay. I would just like to point something out that I did send you these trades, but you're ignoring my messages. So I sent them to Anastasiia so that that you would find out by proxy. So check your messages, my man, and you will see all of the information there. Anyway, I may or may not come back later, depending on whether I have to collect
I
the
do see that
dog from the vet.
you've actually shared the trade.
You see, yeah, there you go. Yeah, see.
Okay.
Jonathan, so Mike is trying to impress you with the 8-hour trade, not me.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. What he did was he tried to
My wife
impress
should be
me,
even
but I'm
more
ignoring
worried
him.
now.
Which kind of 8-hour trades are you sending to Jonathan, Mike?
He's trying to impress me, but I'm ignoring him. So he's like, "Well, let's see what Anastasiia."
Exactly.
Says.
My wife should be even more worried now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I was about to say, I don't know if she should be worried more that you're sending me the trades, Jonathan.
Exactly. Anyway, bye.
Okay. Well, there we go. Oh, it's fun while it lasted. Let's see, what else do we have here for oh, okay, USD CHF.
My gold
nice
is slightly
breakout.
the drawdown right now, but it reached the daily point of control, pulling back, so I'm still holding that. And USD JPY is in profit and break even. So let's see. GU is not doing much, in my opinion, so I'm skipping that. And
You know what? I'm gonna take a quick break because the kids upstairs are. It's been way too quiet for a while. I'm not even sure if they're, alive. I'll be back in just a bit.
Just go. It's like, I'm not even sure if they're alive. How bad is that? Okay, guys. So what are we trading? I was actually looking for the sell on Euro USD earlier this morning. Now I know Jonathan is buying it right now. I'm also not yet taking a sell. I was taking a sell here a couple of times. So one time it hit my stop loss, another time it hit my break even, and the third time finally yesterday I did take it all the way down. So I had quite a good win yesterday on the Euro USD as well, on the CPI. So I was expecting that the price is going to move where I was expecting it and wanted it already for a week and a half during the CPI release. And so I was kind of ready to take a bet. So that was yesterday's one. And now Euro USD for me, it did reach the final target. So we are pulling back from here. Now I was looking for a small sell from this area back to 16,050. Now, that being said, I did close it at break even because the price was consolidating around the volume, so around the point of control. So right now I'm out of Euro USD, but I am expecting the price to continue higher, perhaps if we pull back here. So from here, if we get any confirmation, I'm going to be looking for the continuation to the upside. Now, at the same time, I saw some questions about NASDAQ and about S&P 500. So let's have a look at that. Well, let's catch up with some trades, shall we, today? So we talked a lot, didn't trade a lot today, so let's fix that. So S&P 500 is actually quite bad. Now I had a breakdown with a couple of traders during the weekend. I was saying that NASDAQ and S&P are probably gonna be left for me until the end of the week. I did think that we're gonna see the move on the CPI, which we didn't in the end of the day. So the CPI just brought it back to the previous lows. So nothing really much changed. We just had the same consolidation. I'm expecting the price to, if we break 62,447, I'm gonna be taking a short. And for the current moment, I am not touching S&P 500. And I was looking for the potential longs here earlier because we did break the high, we did break above the volumes. We are rejecting the same volume zone again. So we had pretty much the bottom of the range as well. We are rejecting the daily point of control, so I'm expecting to go higher. And the reason I didn't take this trade was because of the discorrelation with NASDAQ. Because when I was looking at the sell trade, NASDAQ was right here, under the volume. So it was a sell confirmation for me for NASDAQ. It was a buy confirmation for me for S&P 500, which because of the discorrelation, I usually, if they are showing the opposite direction potentially, I don't take the trades on any of them. So it helps me to stay away from the bad trades that I could take. And sometimes I even use Dow Jones as a third confirmation, which they are less correlated than NASDAQ and S&P together, but sometimes it can be helpful too. So right now, NASDAQ for me is also quite looking more bullish because we did test the previous volume here, and we are right now breaking and testing the point of control of the day as well. S&P does look quite a little bit better than this. But overall, I'm bullish on indices for today. Just waiting for the better entry, I guess, here. Let's have a look at the Dow as well.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great.
Everyone is alive?
Yeah. They were mowing the lawn and trimming and everything. So I thought maybe they're getting a bit quiet. Maybe I should check in on them, because they're obviously it's could be dangerous, but no, they're playing Xbox.
Did they mow the lawn before?
I did. They did. They probably did it like very quickly so that they could sneak in, because I told them, do not watch YouTube. Like, don't watch all those stupid shorts that's just gonna fry your brain with all the insane things they're watching. And you're not allowed to play Xbox. You're going to be outside. It's beautiful weather. Go outside, do something. And they quickly get done with the mowing the lawn, and then run in. And they, I got up. I walk upstairs, and they're sitting on the sofa, and they're like staring at me with the TV off. I'm like, what are you guys doing? It's like nothing. We're just sitting here. Like, I know you're playing Xbox because I'm getting like notifications on my phone that you're getting achievements in the game. It's like, no, we're not doing that. It must be something else.
Seriously?
So, yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Okay. USD-CHF. Someone was asking in the comment here. We got the comment about the USD-CHF. You are looking for the short. Interesting.
I'm looking for long.
I'm looking for long. Yeah, I'm definitely not short on this. For the USD,
so USD-CHF, USD-CHF looks really good for a looks strong. Looks very, very strong. Yeah. I'm looking for a move down to like the breakout area. What I'm looking at
here.
Yeah, somewhere around that area is where I want to go long, and then target would be somewhere around 804, I believe.
804. I'm looking at 805.
805. Yeah. Okay. Now that makes sense.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if it's going to give a pullback. If it does, this is going to be a really good area for longs. I agree. I do see the possibility that it's just going to go higher. So if it just breaks to the upside like this, I might also get a confirmation and go long until the 805 here later today. Let's see how the PPI is gonna show. But normally, I agree with you. This area could be really good for a longs opportunity. I don't see the short. Like, even if it pulls back here, I am not willing to take the trade for another 20, 25 pips to the downside, to be honest with you. I completely don't see the good entry here. How quickly it recovers, like V-shape recovery every time we go lower, I don't see any bearish momentum right now.
No. And with the overall trend for the dollar, I think I would like to see a move lower,
Yeah.
and I would like to see a bounce down there, but I think I would have to have good confirmation before I go long, because of the fact that we're in such a big downtrend on the dollar.
So what else do we have? Let's. You guys are asking about the Euro AUD. Euro AUD, GBP. For GBP, we talked about it several times, so let me just quickly cover it. To be honest with you, I'm short on this one. Jonatan is long. Well, we're not. You're not in a trade, right?
On GU, no.
No, I mean neither. I'm also not in a trade, but I'm expecting the continuation lower still. This is a daily time frame. I think we're gonna renew the previous daily low here at least. Preferably go to this consolidation area. If you go here, I'm gonna be looking for the long-term buys or swing buys at least, like for GU. I am still short biased. I don't see the recovery still for GU. I see that the price was trying to several times go higher and failed. Beside this week here that tested 34,196 is from this consolidation. So I don't look at the charts as support or resistance, just like this. I look at them where is the volume. So the previous low, the volume was here. And the price had tested this and is trying to reject it lower. So in my personal opinion, we're still going to, yeah, we're still gonna see the breaks of the low. So for GBP USD, I'm waiting for 33,670 and 32,990, 32,900 zone. This is the GU. And for Euro AUD, I don't really trade that, but let's have a look at this. Haven't looked at this chart for. Apparently, I did. Like, I don't trade this. No, I don't trade this, but sometimes you guys ask this in the chat, and for some reason, I have the marks up left.
Yeah.
So we were looking for the short apparently last week where exactly it came. Sometimes I mark these charts up. I never trade those because I trade futures, so only trade majors and the USD crosses. But sometimes I mark some random things up like this, and then I open it a week later and it perfectly went to the level that I was marking up. And I was like, maybe I should start trading that.
Yeah, like I also see a lot of times we say that, the analysis part is quite easy. You can just draw a couple of lines and say like, oh, I think it's going to hit this level, and then it's going to hit this level, and it does.
Yeah.
But then you try to trade it, and it's just something completely different.
Yeah. Completely, but because look at this price action. Like, I wouldn't be able to trade this, to be honest with you.
No.
So for Euro AUD, I would be long because we are above this volume here. We are above the weekly point of control. We are testing it, but once again, it looks like it's consolidated. There is a chance that it's going to continue here as well. So, but overall bias, I would be long on Euro AUD right now because we did hit the volume. If you look at it from the perspective of the market structure as well, we did hit the previous. There was a support resistance broke through, right? Just a new support created from the same zone. So I would be expecting the price to come back to 178, 700, 179, 300 levels. For the entry, can't tell you because I don't trade it, but it's right now with the volume. So theoretically, by the volume, it should reject. But again, it's different reaction on the volume from the minors like this and from the majors and the USD crosses.
So I'm looking at, we had a question on USD CAD. I quickly want to switch over to my screen and look at that. I'm just going to share the right window quickly. So got this one right here. Now CAD I find quite interesting. Now I did actually miss just an absolutely beautiful trade on USD CAD because I remember when we were trading up around this resistance and I said we should short this, because what's the odds of USD CAD just continuing higher above this area where we had such major rejections in the past? And of course That's exactly what we got. Actually, you know what? I did trade this. I remember now. I did trade this. I took that short. So never mind. I did trade that. But now I'm looking at this and I'm trying to figure out what happened previous times when we hit that level. Now this is on the weekly. Let's go to the monthly just to get a big overview shot of this. So we hit that resistance, went down. Let's use another tool. Hit that resistance right here, went down to this level. Last time we had a strong rejection all the way down here. And without a lot of bounces between that resistance and that support. And then finally we're hitting just down here, hitting that trend line. So I would argue that the way price reacted to this level tells us that, so first of all, you can look at that big wick. So this retest of that resistance and the move down and the rejection happened within one monthly candle. And here you have multiple monthly candles above the level showing that there's a whole different market structure here than what we had here. And the fact that we did not show, price did not give us a similar move down to like this level after rejection. Maybe that will happen in next monthly candles, but I do see that there's a difference here. There's a difference between what happened previously when hitting that level, and there's a difference with what price did prior to breaking out as well. So I see that price right now looks stronger than what it did on previous tests. So I do believe that there could potentially be an argument made to look for longs on USD CAD unless that level breaks. So for a swing trading opportunity, even on the monthly chart, we could be looking at a move, an invalidation like that. Now that is obviously a huge move on the, that's a really big move to invalidation. But that level right here, that would be looking good for a possible swing trade on the monthly. So going down to the weekly, what we see here on the weekly is, if we look at this price structure, it looks like a possible double bottom right here. Going down to the daily, we see that that's still a clear double bottom on the daily. So now what I'm looking at is, what if we get a breakout here? We can now use this as the invalidation level. And for a move like this, I would like to just add the fibs from that high to this low. And then I'm going to be looking at the reload zone for a take profit target, which is right here. And it also aligns with that level that broke recently. So somewhere around here. So this is potentially a trade that I'm looking at on USD CAD. I think this looks like a really good level, and I would like to perhaps take a trade here. So I'm going to be adding some alerts right here. All right, that's USD CAD. But this would, of course, yeah, I mean, this would, of course, line up with there being dollar strength in the next few months, which I don't know what the probability of that is, but I do feel like we're looking at the dollar. Go to the monthly. There is we are, of course, hitting. Let's see.
I don't think the dollar is going to go lower still yet. I'm still not convinced before the interest rate decision of cutting rates.
Yeah, I mean, the dollar have hit a like it had a massive move to downside. It has hit, like, this is the monthly chart. It has hit a level where, yes, somewhere inside this level, I would not be surprised to see a like a long-term bottom being put in. It's either going to be here or it's going to be all the way down here. But a move down to this level, like that's going to take Euro USD. Most likely, let's go to Euro USD here. I mean, that's going to take Euro USD all the way probably up here, which is yeah, that's going to be it. That's going to be a massive move, and I'm not sure we're going to go that high in. It's going to take a while, but yeah, it's.
I like this comment. Like anyone who has been funded with the 5ers, honest answers only. I mean, man, for example, both of us with Jonatan. Just an example.
Wait, where's that comment?
There is a comment.
Anyone who has been funded by, I love that, 5ers. Yeah, I'm funded.
Just an example.
I guess you're funded. Victor's funded. Most of the people coming on here is funded with us.
And like all the sounds of reviews as well, you know, for this, just an example.
Yeah. Just, you know what, like we don't deny payouts if that what's you're asking. We don't deny payouts if I think like the way we see it is, and of course I'm not in charge of this operation, but I mean if you get to the level where you're able to get a payout, that means you follow the rules, which means that should be your payout. So I haven't really seen any denied payout, if I'm going to be honest.
No, the 5ers are actually super reliable when it comes to payouts, and I think at this very moment in this industry is priceless. Like, you don't have to worry if you're going to get your money for the work that you're doing or not, and this is massive. Because for a lot of other prop firms, you don't know until it hits your account. Until the end, you do not know if you're going to get your payout or not. Which of course affects it emotionally as well, right? Because if you know that you're working for perhaps maybe nothing, and you're actually never going to see this money, of course it's going to affect how you trade. No one wants to spend 3 months of work for not getting paid for it, and just getting it all the work and time and effort and the period of the market that you were profitable wiped out like this, so.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I started before I started working for the 5ers. Now I'm working full time for the 5ers, obviously. But before I did that, I was funded with them, and the reason why I went with the 5ers was because they were recommended by most of the traders that I followed, and I being in the industry for quite a long time, I do follow people that I know. They know what they're doing, and I respect them. And most of them all were recommended the 5ers as the go-to firm. So yeah, I do feel like that reputation is something that is still with us in the industry, and I feel like a firm like us that's been in the industry for such a long time, and it's been showing. I'm not sure what I was gonna say there. Yeah, with that, make sure that and yeah, the processing, like I request a payout and I have the day after. Yeah. Sometimes it's 2 days, but most of the time it's like 1 day. It's really quick.
The longest for me was 3 days, but that's the longest, right?
Yeah, and I've seen other firms. They're like, you request a payout and then they want to have like a meeting or like talk about risk or stuff like that. But I've never seen that happening with the 5ers. If you are able to make money on your account and you're going to request a payout, then that's your payout. That should be your payout. And I believe that's what the philosophy that we have.
Okay,
Tommy says, why aren't you getting Scruffy on stream? Let's get him on. Let's get him on. I'm gonna send him that comment of yours, and we'll get him on the stream. I'm gonna write a to-do. Get Scruffy on the stream. I'll send him a message and we'll get him on. Okay, EUR USD. I'm trying to figure out what else do we have here in terms of possible trade.
We have a question regarding the futures in the meantime. So I use the rhythmic for that quote. I use rhythmic quote. They are one of the most popular, I guess. So have 2 weeks of demo as well if you want to try them out and connect them, but I use rhythmic for that.
Okay, what do we have here? GBP, NCD. Let's get broken the trend. GBP, AUD. Let's look at the weekly here. Now that is interesting. That's quite interesting. On no, never mind. Okay, so what I'm looking at here is I'm just going through the weekly and I'm trying to find clear trends that might be found. So I'm looking for a weekly trend that might also be translating over into daily trends. So on GBP CAD here, we do have a weekly trend, but it's very close to that low, which means it's probably going to be quite low on the daily. Yeah, this looks more like a range on the weekly. GBP USD, that one we watch. AUD NCD. So AUD NCD here is, we could obviously say that AUD NCD is in high time frame range. And what's interesting about this one is that we're hitting a resistance. Now, because of the fact that I don't see any bullish or bearish bias in terms of a trend here, it's more sideways, I might be looking at a possible rejection here for a trade, a short. But I'm not sure. Let's just leave that one. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I cannot read that, but
This is
will wave as well.
It's hi Anastasiia.
Ah, okay. I'm not getting anything like that. Like I said, there's no hi, Jonatan. It's just you. Can I get a hi as well?
Guys, can someone say hi to Jonatan in the comments,
Yeah,
please?
say hi. Quick little hi. That's all I need. Let's see.
What do you think about NZD-USD? We had a comment about this, a question several times. I'm looking at it now, and it seems like it's a short continuation for me after the small pullback back right now. So I would be aiming for the continuation, but we've been in a short trend for a while, and we are getting closer to the same lows on the daily as well. So what's your opinion on NZD-USD right now?
I have an opinion, and I will give it that right now. NZD-USD. Let's see. Okay, we have a lot of things here. Let's just remove all of this. Okay, so weekly.
Jonatan, please look at the comments. I feel
There's
better.
a lot of. Oh, my hair looked good as well. Nice. Oh, someone's writing Swedish as well. That's awesome. Can't look at the GU, he's asking. Yeah, not like we've looked at that already, but I can do that. Oh, more comments. Wow, I like you guys. Now I have more than Anastasiia has. That is great. Okay, so the weekly, I think, has a bearish characteristics, right? But it's hitting the support right here. So it's like bearish, but maybe going into the neutral area.
I'm gonna bring up my chart because I will be stream soon, right? So for NZD-USD, for me personally, if you look at the daily time frame, if you look at the daily, I'm gonna turn off the indicators for a second. So what we see here is we are heading towards the previous support, the zone of 59, like 58,900 to 58,500. So that's the zone that NZUSD has been testing since 2023. As we can see, we've been above it, then tested it from the other side as a resistance, and now back above the zone. So if you look at the smaller time frame, we are, in a downtrend for a while since 1st of July, and for now I don't see the change in the trend, so I'm still bearish on that. And one of them, like the main target, is basically reaching the previous lows. If I bring up the volumes now, what I see, what I pay attention to, is that the majority of the volume is above the price. Yesterday on the CPI, we obviously had the move down together with the rest of the assets. And if you look at it right now, we had this volume zone here as well, which the price had broken back down. So we broke the lows, barely, but we did. It does look like a double top here. So this move to the upside is telling me that the price was trying to recover, the buyers were trying to push the price higher, and that they failed. So I would honestly, I'm looking at something like this for NZD/USD, or the continuation down. Now for this, the only thing that I don't really like is the fact that the PPI is coming soon. And I'm probably going to wait for the PPI, to be honest with you, until I'm going to make any other decisions. So I'm going to keep my USD/JPY and break even. I'm going to see what gold does. But any other trade, I'm most likely going to be entering afterwards, because I feel also like it might keep consolidating here, or I might enter the trade and might make a squeeze to the upside with a week and then go lower. So I'm not really 100% yet convinced about the sell entry specifically. It looks good with the direction now, not perhaps as an entry for a moment.
All right, beautiful stuff. I don't have time to look at that because we got two very eager traders in the background waiting to come on the stage here. We got Mike and LJ from AlphaBeta Labs. Gonna do some live trading. Hopefully, let's see some trade, guys. I want to see some trades. Make some money today, guys. Make some money. Okay, so that's it from me and Anastasiia. I will be back in about 1 hour or 1.5 hours, something like that. And Anastasiia, you will be back tomorrow, right?
I'll be back tomorrow with a dream team, Mike. So,
that's right.
Yeah. So we're going to see you guys tomorrow.
Well, thank you, everyone, and I will see you soon. And here's the big Mike and the small LJ. Let's see what they can pull off today.
How is that for an intro? First things first, before we do anything else, let's get some tunes in the room. What do we think?
A
little bit of this, I think. Yeah, good stuff. How are we doing, guys? Hope everyone's well. Let us know in the chat how you're all doing. Yeah. Acrob knows. Small LJ can bench press LJ? 4 of Jonatan. I don't know,
exactly.
Honestly. I think Jonathan's getting confused somewhat. Height-wise, I might be taller than you. That's a distinct possibility. But small LJ,
how tall are you?
I'm 6'5".
Oh, okay. You got an inch on me. There you go. Right, I'll give you that one.
It's not the first time I've heard that.
Jonatan, anyway, you better watch out, man. He's only talking rubbish because he's on the other side of the planet, right?
Yeah.
It's a long flight from Australia to Sweden. That's why he's,
That's
Feels like
why he's given shade. That's why he's given shade.
Exactly.
Oh dear. Hope everyone is well. Good to see you, Stephen. Good to see you. 29.44. Rizvi opened the gold 4-hour candle and justify buy entry if it's worth it. We'll have a look in a second. But let's first of all take a look at that GU trade that I closed. Closed it.
How did you close it?
I did close it. I actually closed. So the original trade was this one here.
Then you gotta bring up your screen.
One second. There we go.
I should bring
My
up mine as
apologies.
well. There we go.
Hopefully you can see it now. I closed it down here, guys. I was like, closed it here. As it started to pull back off this area, I closed it.
It's still not bad then. Like you actually.
It's not a bad trade. But I mean, this was the original trade was like up here, like 29 or 30. No, where was it? It was a 25R, so it was like here. That was the original trade, which I actually now looking at it, I think is probably actually going to get hit. So yeah, the reason I went in at that point was because the way we dipped in, we'd taken a liquidity level down here somewhere, and we wicked straight back again. And we've got all these different levels here, and what we'd gone in and touched on was, I think it was this one here. It was somewhere in here. Might have been that. Let's have a look. No, it was past that one. So it'd gone past that one, which was the last area, and it had that was it. It was this one here. You see this inside bar here, that one there, which you probably can't see on your screens. So let me just make that a little bit more visible. So it'd gone past this one. This was the last area of major liquidity, and it just rejected it, and it just bounced straight off. And so I thought, let's give it a go. And it then rejected off this one, and off we went. So on the 15-minute, the reason I thought it was good was because we had this nice support structure here on the 15-minute. So I was looking for a continuation on that, and it's just kept on going. So it's chopped around a bit on the way up, but it looks like it would have been a nice trade in the end, which is a little disappointing. But hey, I'll take the win. I will happily take the win, especially with the run that I've been having lately. So yeah. Henri wants to know your view on Aussie US dollar, to the point that Henri's posting twice, which he never does. So I think we should do him the privilege of being a regular, and we'll say to him, all right, Henri, here we go. What are we talking about? So LJ's chart.
Yeah. So on Henri, as we said.
Henri.
I am also long Aussie dollar. Roughly same entry as you, just a touch lower. So I got in over on this candle as we had the Bolly bands here and the 50 moving average through here. So just at 22.4. So pretty similar entry to yourself. I'm currently looking at this level up here, about 65.40 / like a touch below, or around that 65.50 level as the round number. I'm happy to take it slightly early, around that 39 or so right now. As far as your stop, you've got stop at 65.07. Mine is currently just here, which is 65.14. So mine's a bit higher than yours. If you're at 65.07, I mean, you're probably well secured there, I would say. So it should be pretty safe. TP1, I like we're doing the TP1, TP2, TP3 type thing now. This is catching on. It's good.
Tippy.
But yeah, so TP1 at 39.7, that's basically literally where I have my take of profit right now, about that 40.39. So that's exactly where I'm looking at as well. As far as the TP2, 65.71, that's probably roughly, if I would have if that was TP1, I'd have 1.5 around 50, just up here. This is that round number. It's where we charged up from there. That's also where we accelerated through this downtrend through here. The 65.50 level prior as well has been a significant oscillator level. If you go, look at the daily, go back a couple, sort of like 3, 4, 5 weeks, you'll see it at a significant level. Up to 70 would be the extremes, right? So I would call that like a TP4. I think we'd also potentially stop before that, about 65, 60 for me. So I think you've got, if you call this TP1 40, TP2 would be about 50, TP3 would be about 60, and then TP4 would be at 70, depending on momentum. And most likely to get up that far, you're probably going to have to carry it into the next couple of days, unless somehow PPI comes out terrible, obviously. But I will say that yes, I'm in a similar trade. That specifically is on my bootcamp account, and I've got different trades on the high stakes. But yeah, so I got what I have 15 lots on that measure with this risk, and looking for here TP1. If we get momentum, then I'll happily draw it up, just like you're looking for. But that's my first TP. So I would say you're in good hands.
You're in good company, Henri. You're in good company.
Yeah.
Going back to the comment earlier about gold from Rizvi, I'm not quite sure what you mean here, Rizvi, but we'll try and give it a go. So open the gold 4-hour candle chart and justify buy entry if it's worth it. Oh, okay. So you want us to look at the 4-hour chart and to justify whether it's worth taking an entry.
On gold.
Well, why don't you tell us, Rizvi? Tell us in the chat, what do you think? We're happy to give you guys analysis and look at these things, but you've got to tell us what you're thinking as well, right? Just like Henri did. That's what we want to know, because we're not here providing signals or anything like that. It's for you guys.
It helps us exactly in framing around what your trades are or your trade ideas that we can then help. Sorry. There we go. That's better. Help structure better if you guys give us levels, that kind of stuff. And we can look at the countervailing thing that would invalidate the trade potentially. And then also what like time frame you're looking at, whether it's the next like hour, the session, or like till tomorrow, that kind of thing.
So Rizvi's saying buy from 333 and stop loss 3329.
So 3330? Oh,
3333.
Yeah. Okay. I would say buy at 3331. I think it's like technically like 31.5 per the 4-hour candle, what I'm seeing right now. So we back to the base of here of this previous candle, and where you've got these other moving averages, everything coming in. See a slight pullback to here, and then run off. So you go like this. This would be the level, and then you run up. As far as the 4-hour, that's what I would see currently. If we go down to hourly after that, because often that's better to find actual entries. The next level, you obviously have this wick here and this top wick here. So you might not quite get to this area. You might have this up at roughly 333. For me, that's like 3334. But that's approximately at that 3333 level. So you go here and then bounce and run up, and then you'd have this level up here with the opening of that wick, that candle, sorry, I should say, not wick. And then you see where we test through here, which is roughly 33.47. If you get momentum from that, pushing that high, then you go up to these heads up here, which is roughly 33.64 to, if you want to call it, from where we tumbled off. Yeah, so that band, 61 to 64 kind of area.
What's your feelings on gold, LJ? generally?
Right now, on the alley, I'm seeing that we come down to where this 20 moving average is coming down here, and the 200 is about to intersect. And normally you get them like lining up. Price moves down here, so I would say rather than the 33.334, we'll just stop saying 33. We'll just say 34 per the current 100 that we're in. So rather than 34, I think we would get that 30 level. Find some kind of base, maybe a touch of a wick down here to like 29, something like that, because it's gold, obviously. And then we start to run up from there. So that's what I would be seeing. That's the hourly. If we go to the 15, that seems pretty fair. And if we punch our trend line off these guys, that lines up nicely there as well. So you get this pausing out here in between the liquidity of this drive that ran us up. So this would be your target. So that's between the 20.5, 29 to say 31.5. I would see that, and then you run off from there. That's the 15-minute.
So but on the daily, what are you seeing? Are you long or short overall?
All right, hang on. Let me look at it's a weekly, daily. Bunch of drawings on here. If not, I'll go to a cleaner chart. We might just do that. Gold on CMC markets. Do that. That's better. Okay. So from here, from as the current daily candle stands, I would say this is mildly bullish.
Okay.
So typically when you get this, you kind of close around here, get another slightly red candle the next day, come down to these levels around that 33.20, consolidate. If you don't break lows, the next day after, you'll start running. Right. So that's what I typically see from here. So particularly depending then if we get that pullback to 33.30, which would be just here, and then we run up. If we end today's candle, say somewhere up around that 33.50 to 33.55, then I would say we're definitely bullish from there. We've got through here. Question is, we go there, pause a little bit, get rollover, that kind of stuff, and then through the next day into the rest of the week, run higher, and then you've got these levels to tackle there.
Yep. I've got to say, I actually think we're bearish.
Or today or overall?
On the
My
daily.
thing would be we go to 33.20. I think that's the next level. Whether you bounce from there or you then collapse through it.
The reason I say I think we are bearish is based on the previous two candles on the daily. So if you look at this one here, so from Monday, we retested this wick and then we came down. Yesterday's candle retested Monday's wick and took the body of Monday as well. So again, showing a lot of bearish momentum. As things stand at the moment, if I go down to the 18 hour shows us another really clear picture. So you can see here that we've got these 1, 2 bearish engulfing candles. And we still have major liquidity further down. So I think personally, we could be coming lower because we still have major liquidity levels all the way down into the 33,200 area, which I think is our better support area. The thing is whether or not we can break these levels here. And I think somebody said it in the chart. Shikar said that gold ranging. And yeah, if you look at it, there are very specific levels between where it is bouncing, even on the higher time frames. So trying to get that ideal move is going to be quite tricky, because if we look at it if I take it to the daily, where are we right now? We're pretty much basically in the middle of this this range. So it's actually it's not an easy call to make, but I do think that we're still going to have. I've got my drawings turned off, and I don't want to bring them all back on again because everyone complained that my charts are too messy. But I do think we're coming down at least to. Shut up, Jonatan. I do think we're going to come down to 3,300. Is my thoughts. I do think we'll come down to this little pocket here. If you look at it on the daily there, I think this is a nice area to potentially see us pick up again. Otherwise, we might break that and come down. And as I say, we've got levels for us to target in terms of major liquidity further down. So yeah.
Good. If I go to a lower time frame, if you want to swap over to mine.
Do you know what? Honestly, I swear to God, he's so bored that he's sat there playing effects. You know, it's like, Jonathan, you know, if you want to come and join ABL, just tell us, mate. Just tell us. You know, it's not we've got no problems you joining us. You know, he'll come and jump in now. Watch.
Yeah, very good. It was just at the exact wrong moment.
He's just so easy just to look. I told you we couldn't restrain him. Right? It's so easy to trigger him. It's so easy.
Yeah.
But he's muted himself. Oh, here we go. He's going to try and figure out how to add. How do I add myself? Hang on, let me get used to the new system. How do I add myself? Oh, there we go. Hey, Jonatan.
What I'm seeing though,
you're still muted, mate. You're still muted.
Still muted, yeah.
There we go.
Hello.
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 Yeah, not sure what I'm doing here, but these sound effects, it's very fun to be listening in the background, and then
why is it that I only why is it only with us that we get the sound effects? Anastasiia doesn't get them. Dirk doesn't get them. Yeah. Victor doesn't get them. You know, I want to know why ABL is the chosen segment for these sound effects.
Because this is lunchtime for me, right? So I'm doing lunch and I'm eating lunch and I'm listening to you guys, and then I'm like just clicking. That is my lunch entertainment, you know.
Love larrikins.
I'm glad we can provide you such good entertainment for your lunchtime. That's our pleasure to do that.
So yeah, I'm just gonna jump out and you know, do what I do, stay in the background and just wait for the perfect moment. Just wait for the perfect moment.
All right. What you could do is add some more sound effects. Start creating additional sound effects.
Do some hole drilling.
This is the best one though. Like, I love that one. Like as soon as we have some type of negativity, we're gonna use that one. As soon as we have some support, that's what we're gonna do.
Oh dear! And then when we hit a take profit, is the applause, right?
We need to wait till we have the next competition, and we do the month-long one, and we have everyone's stuff on the board. Anytime anyone hits take profit or a loss, at any time it's either the clap or the wah, and we'll just continually be going on for a whole month, non-stop.
Okay, guys, I gotta go. All right.
I'll see you, mate.
Okay, bye, mate.
Up.
Oh dear, he's so funny, honestly. Sorry, LJ, you were going to say about gold.
That's right, yeah. So what I was saying with gold right now, I think for myself, I'm going to stay away from gold, personally. I would like to see how this day ends up to take a convincing trade. But right now, we've got this kind of, so through here, it's kind of wedge forming, right? So I'd say where we are now, we get a slight pullback to here. That intersects with the 200 moving average. The 50 will decline down to here as well. That's where you got the trend line from today. And then it's a question whether you get a clear break from there, easy sell. If not, if we manage to form a base on this level, run up to the upside, see how that contends. It now contends with that, the body, that bar here, right? And then potentially you get a move lower, right? So that's kind of what I'm seeing there. So my preferred trade, if you were forced to take one, I would say be buying here at 33.30 or 31, just to make sure you get in the trade. Looking for upside of about 33.48. However, then I would exit and potentially look for shorts from there with a stop, say, at 33.60. So $12 stop. and then your take profit is going to be down here about 32.80 area, right?
What's your if
I've
just
stop? That's like $70 profit. So it's roughly
what's your
something to 1.
What's your thoughts on the daily? Because I've just actually pulled up the daily and I zoomed out, and because you were talking about the trend lines, and I thought, hang on, let me just have a look at the daily trend lines. And actually, the daily trend lines it's almost a perfect uptrend if you look at it on the daily. It's actually insane, right? When you look at it going all the way back, pretty much from where it started in the end of December, right? You just have this constant uptrend. So it does feel like we are at a bit of a decision point for gold to some extent. And obviously, we're in European summer. Markets are not going to move around as much as maybe you would want them to. So I do wonder whether we're going to break out of that trend and actually just start into a proper ranging market.
Yeah, exactly. So hence, like you can see, this is my freehand drawn thing right here. But we've got this general wedge coming in through here with the tops there, and hence we've just come around the bottom of it. So that's why I would prefer to wait as far as today with the daily close to see if we actually end up higher around that 33.50 to 60 level, or if this comes off and then we start to press on this lower band again, which, as you can see, we've tapped out of it prior. This is my freehand drawn one, but regardless, the bodies have all then recovered and closed inside of that area. So obviously, when you're looking at trend line nonsense, that kind of stuff, it's not science, that kind of thing. I think we've talked about this a number of times. But the point is basically to view the angular momentum of price in terms of angular momentum, meaning buyers and sellers. You've got the tug of war between them, and whether you're still getting an average of more buying pressure versus selling pressure, right? Yep. Into a skew. So that's how that works. And so right now, I think we're very much in, obviously, a sort of neutral area. If you even look at the Bolly bands, we're right in the middle of the 20-day moving average, in between the two extremes as well, right? So I would say I would want to see a close above this here, 33.44, the previous day's body, for us to say we're actually going higher confidently. Otherwise, as you can see, we've basically tapped that before and then pulled off, which right now is signaling some level of weakness. And if we can't build on that coming into New York, we could potentially come lower, then drives beyond that, come to these levels, and then we continue the downward move. So we're in this, we're clearly, you can see we've got higher lows, but then lower highs, and we're consolidating into this condensed area. And it's gotten smaller and smaller over the past 2 weeks. So eventually this is going to get smaller and smaller, break to the upside or break to the downside. Downside is going to be somewhere down here, 3150 to your like 3000, 2009, 70, that kind of area. Upside, obviously, you're looking for 3500 and then plus. On a relative basis, that means you got 150 points higher. Sorry, Mike. $150 higher, roughly 170 from where we are. But potentially downside, you've got arguably 250 to 350. So that's where, on a balance of probabilities, if they're both 50-50, one has more total capacity, the other has less.
Cool. And Arthur, Yasin and Akram have both kindly replied to you. You just got to click the link and follow the instructions on the link. It couldn't be simpler than that. I do want to just catch up with chat because I know there were some other requests for other bits and pieces. We've got
the hand trade as well, just as you're looking for that, Mike.
Yeah,
we're running now. We're ripping.
Don't. Just
yes.
closed far
Anyone that
too
was
early on
in
that one.
PBL, if you guys jumped in on this trade, congrats. We're going strong. We're going
Honestly,
strong.
that would have been such a nice trade to hold.
With the
do you know why I didn't hold it? Right. So, well, you know this, but the audience probably don't know this. And this isn't a sympathy call, right? But my dog is in the vets and she's on a drip because she's had diarrhea for 3 days.
Yeah, Mark. There's always something else. Yeah. Some
And
guy's drilling behind you, mate. You can't
you know what? Shut up.
Yeah.
So I was told by the vets this morning that I probably have to collect to like 11, 12 o'clock my time, which was like an hour and a half ago or an hour ago. So when I closed that trade, I was like, oh, do you know what? I'm not going to be able to babysit this. I'm going to have to go get the dog soon. And then, of course, what happens? The dog isn't ready until like 3 o'clock this afternoon after even the news hits. And I closed my trade because I didn't think I'd be able to
matters
babysit.
more? Your dog or profit in the market?
Dog.
Come on.
Dog.
Get your head in the game.
Dog.
No, you're not committed enough. Come
Dog.
on, all right?
Dog.
Obviously,
Dog all day long. That four-legged friend of mine, she is man's best friend. Chartron.
Deal with the cat, even though she's terrible. I was saying same deal with the cat, even though she's terrible.
Yeah, but the cat has cost you like thousands. The dog has cost me like potentially a couple of $100 on a phase one challenge. So you know, the probability of Euro USD going to 165. I know you've been looking at this in great depth, LJ. So what do you think about this on Euro USD?
Yeah. So like Henri had earlier trade with Aussie dollar as well. Aussie dollar, pound, euro dollar. I'm all seeing upside across the board for them right now. As far as 116.50, I think that might be a stretch. The same way that you look at these candles, we had that very impulsive jerk down right here, which that candle ends at 48. Typically, I look for a level just below one of the round figure levels. There's often a bunch of options, that kind of thing right there. We've got this blue line through here, which is an old level that I had highlighted from... okay, I'd have to go to a much higher time frame. But it's in there for a reason, basically. That was a significant support / resistance level prior. And that comes in at that kind of 46, 45 kind of area, right? So I would say 116.40 though, as far as literally the past 15 years odd since I've been trading, 13, 116.40 has always been an oscillation point between there and the kind of upper 119, almost 120 area, and the 116.40 to 114, 113.50 area. 116.40 specifically is that flip point from prior. So I would say the measurement from here, I would say just below 116.50. So right now I have it priced out below that 40, around that 45 level that we have marked out here. Happy to take it at 39. It's anywhere between this zone. So if you say 45 to 39 odd would be the TP area from there. So again, however, it's going to matter how much momentum we can get. You've probably got a trend line roughly through there, and if we can come up to this, press it, and then run through, or if we get stuck here and then come off. If we see capitulation here, coming close to the PPI, which is now an hour and a half away, I will exit the trade here for profit, wait for PPI, and then look to re-enter. But my expected move is to about 40 on the euro.
And when you look at it on the higher time frames, you can see there's a lot of air because of that impulsive move that we had off the back of the news yesterday, right? So it is a very impulsive move that the market will want to kind of equalize, you say.
So the alley, technically, like that looks prime. Like we've got the 20 MA, bit of the volley band, got that wick there. It looks like it wants to just punch up here.
Yeah, it does.
Right. So the question of 50 or 45 is just, say for instance, this is probably when we come into the PPI, whether it's good, bad, otherwise, the differential. As far as what I've looked at, technically the PPI should actually send us lower. That's the only trouble.
Yeah.
Right? But we might have a temporary dip back into here, rebuying, and then pump from there up after.
Yeah.
Not so dissimilar to what we had with the spike with the CPI. Headline number was higher. Got the PC lower, that kind of stuff, then we reverse, came off. Right. A lot of this stuff is now in the price. And I think Dirk and I were talking in Beyond the Ticker that the PPI today is important and CPI yesterday. But the main data point this week is actually the retail sales on Friday. That is the most important. Way more than the other two.
And if you're wondering what Beyond the Ticker is, guys, you need to come join us in the AlphaBeta Lab. The AlphaBeta Lab is probably the best single free education community that you're going to find on the internet when it comes to trading. We're very much in our infancy, just getting started in the last few months. Big plans for the future. So the link is on your screen. If you haven't already joined, make sure you come and join us. We are also live streaming every Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. UK time, Monday to Thursday, and then 11 a.m. UK time on Fridays. And Beyond the Ticker is our fortnightly fundamentals podcast that LJ does with Dirk. Those of you regular viewers here will know Dirk from our Monday sessions with Jonatan. So make sure to come and join us over in the lab, and you can then you can get all the insights into the fundamentals and truly understand what's actually moving the markets with the great insights from LJ and from Dirk. I do see that we've got our good friend Hamed feeling rather neglected. Hamed, I haven't ignored you. I haven't missed you. There's just a lot in the chat, so I'm trying to keep up. But he has asked for us to look at the NAS and for the Dow Jones. I see Al has also asked for the Dow Jones. So we will bring those both up for you now, guys.
So this is the marker. Actually, did my trade hit TP on that? It must have. I haven't actually checked that. Because basically this is what we mapped up in ABL when we were sitting down here.
Yeah.
Per where the options levels are, which are right here. I said it's not a bad idea to take a position right here, TP here, stop loss just below the body of this candle, right? And you run to there, and coming into New York, depending how long we take to get there, potentially we sell off from here, and I would see a move down to this cluster of liquidity around the 22,720 or so, and then a bounce from there after. So the reason we're looking at this level right here, which we already hit, which my trades did already hit TP. I didn't even realize. There we go. So that comes from, if we go over to this guy, this is the implied probability distribution for options today on the NASDAQ, right? And the implied pricing probability per New York cut is at 22,861, right? So often I trade the NAS prior to the New York Open with this consideration. So this gives you a distribution of price in the extremes. Obviously, you can see everything is clustered very much over here, and hence this price now is the average. So that's basically right here, the level that we hit just earlier, 80. What was it again? It was 862, and you can see our price was 862 just here, and so you get a relative push up to that. Then the gamma, if you understand options, flips the other way, price drops off. So we had a similar price, similar activity on Monday, which was to do with the NAS. These were 2 trades I took then. Just here, this was the first one coming in just before New York Open and the data. We had the gap here, as you can see, right?
Yep.
And so the relative pricing that day was right here, right where the gap was in the options pricing. So took a trade here, get that price pumped on, so leveled the TP up to the T2. We then came off the news and the fluctuation around that, re-entered here, moved back up to there, and punch on. So similar thing we had today for that. So arguably, where we are now, I would say for the NAS is most likely we move lower. It's my expectation for now. I think the momentum has slightly slowed. As you can see, we got lower high, lower high, lower low, lower low. So I would say we're coming down lower before moving up again. Overall, you don't want to stand in the way of the bid currently of indices, NASDAQ, S&P, all of that kind of stuff. But right now, I think we're in a bit of a pause period. So there you go.
Good stuff. Thank you very much. The bad player, yes, if you use a limit order and the news triggered it in that 4-minute window, so if it's 2 minutes before or 2 minutes after and it is a USD pair, then your profits will not count. Okay, you won't lose the account or anything else. Well, you could if you get hit by slippage or something, but any profits you make on that trade will not count. You need to have the trade opened before the 4-minute window. No trades can be opened in that 4-minute window, 2 minutes before, 2 minutes after the high impact news. If you want to trade something other than the dollar, then go for it, because the news is related to the dollar. But remember that the dollar news can move all of the currency pairs just because of the strength that it has across the world economy.
As far as the trade idea, before we leave the NAS, I would say there's a reasonable chance the PPI does come in slightly stronger today. It's pretty flat, pretty even, so don't give it a high probability. But per the technical structure as well, you would enter at market right here, short on the NAS, or per the same construction, stops just above the wick here. If the PPI is higher, that means input prices for companies are higher, which means costs are more to produce, all that kind of thing, which means profits are less, which means NASDAQ comes down, etc.
Yeah.
So per where we are now, that would not be a bad idea. That's a 2.71 per what I've lined out. And you have a trade down there. And this is into this bucket of liquidity right here, right where we gap down to, etc. So there's a potential trade idea for you guys. Not financial advice, but that would be my recommendation currently.
Not a signal. Hamed, TPs can be hit during news. That's not a problem. There's no issue with TPs being hit during news. The problem is if you open a trade. So if a market order or a limit order or a stop order is triggered in the 4 minutes, so 2 minutes before, 2 minutes after high impact news, then the profits won't count. If you've already got a trade running that you opened prior to the news and it hits profit, that's not a problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, if that, I will go and check that. Okay, because that is not my that's not to my knowledge. Okay. So I will check that. We have got a question regarding USD JPY, and AK. We have looked at Aussie US dollar. LJ has gone through that a couple of times already. He is in a long. But do you want to bring up USD JPY?
I'll come back to Aussie dollar quickly after. We'll go through dollar yen first. So dollar yen is kind of the odd duckling in the basket right now, I would say. The reason being we have a weird mix between the happenings with the US dollar component and currently the Japanese bond market. So this past week, the things that happened with Japan, we had problems in the long end of Japan, being the 30-year, 40-year, etc., because they're longer end bonds, has now bled into the 10-year, which is normally sometimes referred to as the long end, but not really. It's kind of the mid of the yield curve, right? The 10-year in general is often what roughly everything is priced off, whether it's America, Europe, just globally. The 10-year is kind of the benchmark rate in between the curve that you base things off. It's obviously basically in between the very long end and like the 1 to 5 year bonds. So it's the problems we've had in like the 30-year in Japan has bled over the 10-year right now. We've seen disruptions in the dollar yen market because of that. And then we obviously have also the effects from the US end with Trump and the Trump administration and what they're doing, and particularly the new revamp of tariffs and his threatening of tariffs going back to higher levels, which he seems actually intent on putting through, not just as a scare tactic. He's like, no, I'll do it. I'll do it. Call me out. I'll do it. Right? So this is why, in part, we've seen dollar yen punching up, and the other part with that is the Fed component per the dollar yen, per the dollar rather, and then that very much is influenced in the dollar yen because the dollar yen is the favored carry trade right now. So anytime the Fed is pushed back in their perceived window of cutting rates, dollar yen will gain massively. That's what we saw through here. We saw this original pump. We saw the Fed coming out and talking about cutting rates and seeing that the tariffs should actually be pretty level. We haven't seen any influence yet. The dates are being pushed out. So hence we haven't seen the input prices because the dates keep getting pushed out. And so they want to see potentially with the pressures from the retail side, which then flows into the consumer economy, which eventually goes to employment, therefore they may cut. However, we've had the revamp of Trump tariffs, and we've seen the punch up from there. We've now broken these kind of areas. And for me right now, I was talking about this with Dirk, I can see us coming up to 151, 152, 153 type zone. I spoke about this with Mike, I think last week to a week and a half ago, about potentially flipping the script on the timeline of when the Fed cuts, and therefore the timeline for the dollar collapsing. I think we now have an extended period where it actually appreciates a bit before collapsing later instead. So basically you've got a 3-month offset, where it otherwise would have been now. Now it's 3 months after. So for now, dollar yen, very much you've got this level just here, basically 148 level. If we pull back to then, I would potentially buy from 148 to see us go higher into the 150s, to be honest. The counter to that, of course, is going to be the euro dollar, which seems as though we want to roughly rise up. But at the same time, when you look at this on the 4-hour, you might see lower lows. And so, depending, I think very critical is the next 2 weeks, basically this month, to see where that plays out. And then I wouldn't be surprised if that does play out that way. We could see euro dollar at 115.20 2 weeks from now. So between 2 and 3 weeks from now, we could see euro dollar down there and dollar yen back up above 150. That's going to have a slight dependence on some of the things with the PPI tonight, retail sales on Friday, that kind of stuff coming through. But you guys can call me out in 2.5 weeks from now and see where we are. There you go.
A couple of things. Hamed, I have just spoken with support and they have confirmed that hitting take profit on an already open trade is absolutely fine. If that's during news, there is no problem with that. So if you have details as to who from support told you otherwise, please let the guys know in the Discord and they will look into it. But the guys have just told me that In fact, Sabine has just said, "Tell Hamid to come to us. We will sort it out for him." So yeah, she said, "Go into Discord and have a word, and they'll check it."
Sometimes when you have that hyperactivity with some of the news events, occasionally I've experienced only I think 3 times in the past 4 years with being with trading with the 5ers that it won't quite register on the hub when your TP is hit in a news event. And that's normally because there's often a flood of people accessing the website, all that kind of thing at the same time. So you might have a discrepancy with that, Hamed. So if you've got the log from MT5, you'll be completely fine. So if there's any difference between the log on MT5 and on the 5ers, and you know that you obviously placed a trade long before the news, etc., yeah, just send a message and you'll be good.
Yeah. So
I've had that problem as well, but
you can go
it's
in
more like a technicality. So
go into Discord, Hamed, and go and have a word with Sabine, and she'll be able to sort that out for you without any issues whatsoever. And T Trading BTW web page hidden. Not sure what you mean by BTW.
By the way,
BTW. By the way, web page hidden.
What does that mean?
I don't get it. I want to find some instructions to install Position Sizer Expert. If you want Position Sizer Expert, I'll bring that up for you. Just give me a second, and I will show you what it looks like.
If that's the 5ers one, I believe normally you have to have a 5ers account.
Position Sizer EA. All you got to do is go here. This is the Position Sizer. Go to earnforex.com. Just literally Google it. And you'll find it here, and you can download it from here. It is completely for free, doesn't cost you a penny, and you can install that on your MT5. And it looks a little bit like that. You've got tons of different settings, tons of different options. So yeah, it's it's a really great EA. Very good for managing trades. You can have lines on your chart, so you can see what where you want to put your stop loss, where you want to put your take profit, all that sort of stuff. I was using it until I. Sorry.
Is that the one we're talking about, or like?
I mean, he's saying Position Sizer Expert, so I'm assuming he's meaning this one, because that's what it's called. It's called Position Sizer.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
So that's the EA that the guys often mention and describe in the Discord. So if that's one you're referring to, then that's the one. There are obviously paid ones as well. I use a paid one called Trade Dashboard MT5, and I think it's $50, but very good because it has lots of additional features like news, market sessions, and all sorts of other bits and pieces. But this one is incredibly good. So yeah, feel free to use that. GU might have stalled now, so it didn't quite go to the point where I thought it was going to go. I mean, it may still do that, but when I got out up here somewhere, I left a fair bit on the table. I think it's fair to say. But hey ho, it is what it is. We live and learn.
Yeah, we basically picked up the T1.5 for me.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you want to pull up Aussie dollar as requested by AK? He's waited patiently.
Okay. We got Aussie dollar up at the minute. You want to flip to line? Back?
Yeah, give me 2 secs. Here we go.
Oh, why'd it go dead?
You must have clicked something. Back to mine just for a second. Just excuse us, ladies and gentlemen, for this minor interlude.
You see it now?
There we go.
Okay. So yeah, Aussie dollar definitely still long at the minute. So it's had a bit more. So all through this prior period, we had a bit more resilience per se with the Aussie dollar versus the euro and the pound as far as the dollar complex moves. Yesterday we got hit pretty hard, just like we did on euro dollar, pound dollar, all that kind of stuff. Today I do see moves up. I'm long from here, like we're saying, at 65.22, as Henri was talking about earlier. Still good with that. The top side of what I'm seeing for now is 65.40. Right, so beyond that, I'll be questionable for the time being. If we focus on here, obviously this is where your resistance level is going to be right there. It's right by these lows, right? So that's what I do see for the Aussie dollar. I would say you'd have a test up here. So we start to run, you come back, you've got this level through here. See if you can hold this, right? Shift the screen over here. And then you can either hold this level right here at about 65.35. You then build on that and run for new highs, or you collapse again. But right now, I definitely see upside as the operative outcome.
Yeah.
Invalidation levels, I guess, would be if you go this guy here, you can see that they're slightly below that from the low, except this is around rollover, whether you want to count that as valid price action or you just go to end of Asian session, start of London rollover and take that as more significant. Probably a better idea because it's literally at rollover here.
Yep.
So I would say that's your level to watch right now, is about 65.17 to 15. Can't hold that. Potentially reverse the trade, but that's ultimately not what I'm looking for. That said, technically within this larger channel that we have, that would come to roughly a double bottom down here at roughly 65.
Yeah.
Right? But overall, I'd say long at the minute.
Yeah, good stuff. Deborah, if you're not hearing us, please check your sound settings. Check you haven't muted your browser or something, because I'm pretty sure everybody else can hear us. I think we would have had a lot more complaints if it wasn't working for everybody. LJ went through the yen a little while ago. So if you go back, you'll find his analysis. Just scroll back. I think it was about 20 minutes ago, and you'll see it there. And Karol, I'm in Krakow. Android.
Speak Polish for us, Mike.
No. Wednesday is not my Polish day.
Come on, say something. Say what's hello in Polish.
Depends. It depends if you're formal or informal. If you're seeing a mate, then you just say.
Shit, all right, just get this language out of here. If you have formal, informal, I hate that language.
You just say hey or cześć, or if you're more formal, then you say dzień dobry, which is like good day. So
that would be. Would you say the more formal way?
It depends who you. Depends who you know. If you don't know somebody, you'd say dzień dobry. If you know somebody, you'd say cześć or hey or something like that. So, so yeah. But Android, what's your stop loss level after entering a trade? How do you calculate this? For mine, I'll pull up my chart so you can see.
I'm not going to remember that. I was trying to remember it so next time I can say that to you in Polish, but yeah. I'm not going to remember that.
So this trade here, the reason I had this particular stop loss, and I am notorious for my very tight stop losses, is because I had us in a much higher time frame. So if I go to the weekly, we have this zone here where we've got this engulfing candle to the upside, and I'm seeing that as major support. So then within this whole block, I'm then looking for opportunities to buy, because that's my expectation, is that we're going to see that as a support area. I then see how it's going to come down. I can see this little pocket here with these lows down here. I can see that this has been reacted from, and I'm looking for a reaction. So again, I drill down further. I can see that this candle here wicked straight down. It took this last area of liquidity here and bounced off this wick. I take it further, the same here. This was an inside bar on the 3 minute, and I believe on the 2 minute as well, and also on the 1 minute. So it took this last area here and left this one behind by wicking back up. If I then look, the 1 minute and the 2 minute doesn't look like much, but if I then go and look at the, for example, the 3 minute or I think it was the 5 minute, there you go, you've got the 5 minute. We still have the 5 minute open, and it wicked straight up. So I got in at a market order just there, and basically that was my trade entry. So I start from the higher time frames, and I kind of refine the zones where I expect a price to react from, all the way down to the 1 minute, and that's basically how I end up with those. Shema, Adrian, good to see you. Harald says he moved to Birmingham from Birmingham to Lublin, and I'm positively shocked.
Well, you moved from Birmingham, mate. Like, I've never been to Birmingham, but
we know Alex is from Birmingham. Alex is from Birmingham.
Yeah, I know, exactly. Yeah. And apparently it's terrible. So apparently, anywhere you can move in the world is better than Birmingham. Is that correct, Mike? Or have I geography wrong?
I don't think I don't want to be accused of being derogatory towards Birmingham, but I don't know Birmingham very well, so I couldn't comment. I'm gonna plead the fifth on that one. I'm not gonna incriminate myself one way or the other.
You see from Birmingham from now in real time to like 60 years past. Apparently it's terrible. So
that's
it's been a consistent narrative always.
Stop listening to Alex all the time. But Carol, if you've moved from Birmingham to Lublin, and I'm guessing you were born in the UK, but you've got Polish family or something, and you're now living in Lublin, I'm not sure. But Lublin's a lovely place. I really like Lublin. So, it's a nice place. We've got three Abd Uben. Asking for a final look at Euro USD before we go in about 20 minutes. So Euro USD, pretty much along the same lines. It has pulled back like GU has as well. And we do have this little pocket of liquidity down here. So there is a risk as we get closer to the news that you'll see a liquidity grab and something bounce up or bounce down, right? So if we look at the 11 hour, for example, the 11 hour has created this nice little pocket of support. So we've got 1, 2, 3 tops, 3 touches. So you had this engulfing candle, it's come down, it's tapped into it, created an inside bar, created an engulfing candle to the upside, which had also tapped into that zone. So that suggests that longs are in and priced in. But then if you look at the 12 hour, the 12 hour is a different story. The 12 hour is liquidity on either side here and on the other side down here. So the 12 hour is less clear. The daily, I wouldn't really want to call it either way, but you've got to kind of take a look at all of the different time frames and then piece together your bias. But just want to check this one, 92, 93. So this also here is major liquidity because that's an inside bar on the 12 hour as well. So also suggesting that it's more than possible that price would come down, for example, down to here and then move on up as a reaction to the news. That's more than possible. So I mean, realistically, we are 50 minutes away from PPI. If I was you, I would be sitting on my hands for the time being, wait for the news to come out, and then trade the reaction. Don't go trying to chase a trade right now. Look for where it, mark out your charts, look for the support areas, look for the resistance areas, and see how price reacts, and see where it's likely to go. It's not always going to go to the final, reaction point within the first minute or two. It might do it within a half an hour. You've got to wait and sit and mark out your areas, and go from there. Basically, decide what go from your strategy and follow it that way. So yeah, there you go. You got another one from Good Like. Hope you've liked our chart and our stream. But yeah, there's Euro USD for you guys. Can we look at NASDAQ 5-minute chart? Let me pull that up for you right now. Not sure I would touch that at all at the moment. It's not the nicest of charts, I would say. You're pretty much in the middle of a move at the moment. So again, NASDAQ, I'd be waiting to see what happens with the news. If you're looking for reaction points, you've got one down here on the 5-minute. Where else would you look for a reaction point? Possibly here. Something happened this morning, which it has come up and reacted from. So theoretically, right now, you're looking at sells. If I was looking for a lower level past this one, it would be down here. That's kind of my trading area right now on the 5-minute. If you go to the 15-minute, it has formed a nice reaction from here. Looks like it is selling off, and we still have nice areas to come down and retest further down. So if I take this one across here, you can see that this basically reacted off this wick here. That one there. Okay, on the 15-minute. So again, reason why it bounced off it, you got this engulfing candle, or not engulfing candle, but it took the body of the previous wick, and so it's gone up higher. Could you argue that's a head and shoulders? Possibly. You've got this nice engulfing candle the downside here. On the hourly, you've got liquidity actually here as well, so I wouldn't necessarily expect us to bounce off here massively. But yeah, it looks like it's a sell for me on the NAS at the moment. But
it's the same as I trade from before. I did enter short on here on the NAS. If you swap over to mine, so we had that early uptick. This is where the options pricing is from here. So ran long from that earlier when we were talking on ABL this morning, sort of pre-London. From here, as we were talking earlier on the stream, was probably 50 minutes ago or something now. Shorts from here, we've got to stop above this wick, right? And we're basically looking for a retrace down to this support area. So I've got the TP just above that. I think from now, we get a bit of a pullback lower before rebounding higher, right? So that's what I'm seeing on the NAS. That's the current trades I'm in. Part to do with that, obviously, we've had the pump up above all-time highs. This is where the clear cluster of liquidity in general is. We had that gap down from Monday, drove up higher. Through here as well, had a lower low, lower low, lower high, lower high. So there you go. That's the NASDAQ.
Yeah. There you go. One thing we haven't done today is remiss of me with our regular viewers is we haven't looked at the strength scores. So I am, do you know, with Jonatan and his with his sound effects and everything else, I am going to go and get. I'm going to go and get a strength scores jingle, and there is going to be a jingle whenever I bring this on. I'm going to play the strength scores jingle, and I might even ask the graphics team to go and make me like a little graphic that I can bring up on the screen as well.
So it
Just
comes
to,
down to
yeah, exactly. So that everyone's just going to go, wow, okay, this is amazing. Strength scores. At the moment, we can see that the yen is looking rather strong. The pound is looking rather strong, as is the Aussie and the euro. The dollar is just hanging there, it's sitting, which makes sense given the fact that we're waiting for the news to come out. Meanwhile, the Swissy is really weak, and interestingly enough, the New Zealand dollar is showing quite a bit of weakness. So let's just, for argument's sake, let's just have a look at
New
CHF.
Zealand dollar.
Let's have a look at Well, we could look at Aussie New Zealand dollar, but I want to look at CHF JPY first. And on the hourly, sure enough, we can see we're selling off pretty heavily. So again, if you just, all I'm saying is that you're not going to get a directional trade. You're not going to get direction from the fact that yen is strong, CHF is weak. So therefore, that must mean that I've got to buy the yen against the Swissy. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is use that as a filter system to look for assets that are moving, to look for assets that might have some opportunity for trades. Somebody mentioned earlier, I think before we came on, about Scruffy Trader. Scruffy looks at the strength scores every day. His strength scores, he has his own calculations as to how he looks at it, and he manually calculates it all. But he looks at the last closed candles. So he would have been looking at, for example, the dollar yen, and possibly the CAD euro, Euro CAD, or maybe the CAD JPY. He'd be looking at those potentially, but he has a different scoring system and everything else. But essentially, you're looking at where you've got divergence between currency pairs, where you've got real strength across the board and you've got real weakness across the board, and maybe seeing a return to the mean, maybe seeing a continuation. The strength scores aren't going to tell you what the trade is. All they're going to say is, rather than looking at all 28 currency pairs, filter out which ones might be moving on a given day, especially if you're doing intraday trades. And what's good about baby pips with their market milk is that you can actually go in and you can at different time frames. So if you're a swing trader, for example, you can go and look at the monthly or the weekly, for example, and you can see how do the weekly close. So last week we had the Aussie dollar very, very strong against, for example, the Japanese yen. But you can also go all the way down to the 5 minute, even if you want to. So yeah, it's a handy tool. And if we look at the CHF JPY, we have sold off. We've broken out of this range that we had yesterday, this highs, and now we're pulling back down. Now, does that mean that the sellers are coming in? Yeah, it could be. So would you try and jump in on that, or has the move already started? Take into account the fact that we're talking about the yen here. So Asia is already closed. So that part of the market has gone offline essentially. Is Europe, is the US going to be trading something with CHF JPY given their risk on characteristics, right? So again, that's the other reason why I like to look at the currency strength scores, because they just give you opportunities to think, oh, this one's not moving, oh, this one. How many times have you looked at a chart and gone, oh, this is horrible, this is so choppy, or whatever it is? Use the currency strength scores, and they may well give you a chart that just looks cleaner or just looks more clear to you as to what you're going to be looking for. And it might be the way you trade, it might not be the way you trade, but it helps you to maybe get yourself eaten up and spat out by your regular pairs, let's say, that are just not moving, that they're ranging or whatever it might be. So yeah, just something to have a think about. And keep in the back of your minds. Lindokule, I think, asking about gold. Gold we did look at earlier, and LJ and I are kind of, well, I wouldn't say we're in disagreement, but LJ, I think, sees some longs coming in. Overall, I'm looking for shorts. So yeah. But if you go back through the stream, nothing's really happened in the time that we've been speaking. There's not been any real structural change. So if you go back through the stream about probably about an hour ago now, or 45 minutes ago, you'll see us talking about gold back then. I'm conscious of time because we've only got 10 minutes left of this segment, so I don't want to go deep into the analysis again of gold. So yeah. Deep Gravel is asking something a little bit left field, asking, do we give analysis on Ethereum and the effect of the news on it? I'm already on a short trade in it and holding. I have very little experience and knowledge of Ethereum as a trading asset. You're right.
Yeah, just give me 1 sec. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries, go. So Ethereum, I don't have a ton of experience trading, so I wouldn't be able to give you a clear picture on that. But essentially, Ethereum to some extent is part of the cryptosphere. So if you're seeing the same kind of bias on Bitcoin and others, to some extent you're going to see it on Ethereum, I would say. But Ethereum was struggling for a long time, right? So if we go out to the daily, we had this big old sell-off from December, and it really was struggling, whilst everyone else was kind of holding up. Whereas if we look at Bitcoin on the daily, we can see Bitcoin was in a totally different area. But since then, it has picked up and it's followed the trend of gaining momentum. So I would, like everything else, I would avoid trying to trade something with the news. Wait for the news to come out. Mark out your charts, look at your strategy, and then try to find a trade. Don't try and trade the news with any of these things. Yeah. Stephen, please don't be afraid. Don't be afraid of being afraid of trading the news. Being afraid to trade the news could actually be your savior, right?
Yeah, I would say don't trade the news.
Yeah.
At all.
There you go.
Unless
you should be afraid of trading the news.
I've done the deep work, going through all the fundamental macro type research, all that kind of stuff. You actually have a spreadsheet doing all the numbers, adding it all together, etc. Probably stay aside. Right? Trade the aftermath. Much cleaner. Don't try and anticipate the news unless you've been doing this for half a decade to a decade or more, and you've got that background. You actually have data to back up what you believe, not just because you think it'll be higher or lower. You actually have numbers to calculate this stuff. So always just trade the aftermath. Way easier.
And the chart for the strength scores, I pull that from Baby Pips. It's a website called babypips.com, and they have a section called Market Milk. So you can go and find it there. It's just very simple, very straightforward. I don't know how they do their calculations. All the different strength scores out there use different calculators, different algorithms to do it. But yeah, I use Baby Pips just because it's visually easy to read. But there are ones where you can see line charts, so you can see which ones, where they've come from and everything else. So you can even put strength scores on your charts as well. So there's plenty of options. Gary's asking, LJ, where is it you're getting your option strikes from? What's the URL?
Yeah, I was about to say, I tried to post it in the chat on YouTube. I don't believe there's permission to post links in the chat. Okay. I still tried to put spaces in between so you could figure it out. It hasn't come up here, so I believe it's been deleted.
You can
whatever.
If you
message me on ABL or post a general post in ABL, I'll be able to respond with that. I can send them all to you. Not a problem at all.
Good stuff.
Just go to the day traders desk, something like that. Make a post there. I'll put them all in there for you.
Yeah. Good stuff. I just answered that one. Yeah, trading news not safe. UJ is now selling. Stop me out CPI. Yeah, so please be careful with that one, guys. Some of you have asked for gold. I'll go back to gold, but gold, I mean, if we look at it on the 15-minute, it hasn't done anything. It really, I mean, it has not made any significant structural change. It's not made any significant structural moves. It is still very much sitting, where you would expect it to. It's bounced off this wick here on the 15-minute and is now pushing higher. I would probably expect it to come and take this high area here, the 343, and then potentially look for sells. But your 35 minutes, as if like magic, but he's muted himself because he's such a dipstick. He's still muted.
Yes.
Who is it?
Well,
like a genie in a bottle. He is
like
miraculously appeared.
Pretty cool.
But yeah, so 35 minutes until news. I wouldn't be trying to trade gold until after the news now, because it's in the middle of this structure. So if you're going to try and trade gold, you're going to put your stops either up here or up here, depending on what your bias is, and you're right in the middle of the move. You're maybe going to get a 1R if you're lucky, and you've got massive risk of getting hit by slippage and spreads and all that sort of stuff. So I wouldn't be touching it.
Take off from my mid level that I did mention prior, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's one thing.
Yeah.
Let me close on my other trades. Yeah, if so there's that 34 type level. So we did get that, but yeah, prior to PPI, I'd be out, dude, out.
Yeah.
So euro dollar, pound dollar,
don't be trying to trade.
Trades we're talking about now. If they haven't ran, I'm going to look to exit right now. So I just exited the pound dollar trade, even Aussie dollar as well. It's per PPI. So there's a fair chance that it actually does come out higher this time around.
Yeah. And if you look at it,
it's very, it's too close to calculate.
Yeah, and look at GU, right? All we've done since this morning, since that long that I took, all we've done is just stuck within this wider range that we created, right? And all we're doing is we're consolidating right into the middle of it. Yeah. So if you're trying to take any trade right now, before PPI comes out, it is just it may move up here, it may move down here, but you're probably still going to get stuck in this range. And trying to trade prior to that is going to be very, very risky, I would say.
Yeah.
But yeah. Stephen, I'm bearish. I think LJ's bullish, if I'm not mistaken. Jonatan, you bullish or bearish on gold?
On gold, I'm. It depends on what time frame. What we're talking about, the next day or the next month, or what's the time frame for that?
Well, I assume Stephen is looking at trying to go wild and go crazy as a degenerate and try and go full margin like I would on a position for gold prior to the news. Is that right, Stephen? Of course, I'm only joking, but
I would say today generally I'm bullish for today.
Yeah.
But that's
I think the move to the downside just happened. I think between I think the downside move that I was looking for on intraday happened about 2 hours ago, and I feel like I'm bullish. I'm definitely bullish on the daily. I covered this earlier today in the stream with Anastasiia, so I'm definitely bullish on the daily. But I'm not going to be taking a long trade until we get above 3,345. If we get above that 3,345, that's when I can start looking for potential swing trades to the upside. Because
now
you can go to mine, Mike, on my chart.
Yeah. Jonatan, now you can. So I was just going to say, Jonatan, now you can use the sound effect just very quickly for Lure Guide, who has not only become funded, but he's seen a return on all his losses. And if he withdraws now, he's made roughly 80% profit over break even.
Nice.
Good.
Awesome.
Well done,
Beautiful.
Congrats,
man.
Great to hear that, Lure Guide. Make sure you join us in ABL and tell us how you managed to do it. We'd love to hear your story.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And by the way, the sound effects, are they like super loud? I mean, that air horn sounds like something that I would like. If I'm thinking like if I would be watching the live stream and I would perhaps be doing
Yeah,
it with headphones, and then
there's
that
an-
comes on, then I would probably be leaving.
There's
I think you got the
literally
response yesterday, didn't you?
you halved the viewership in literally just as soon as that happened. I'm just looking at the chart right now. It had like, and it's gone back up again.
Well,
So-
that's a lie.
I could see
lie.
it.
I think you just need something different to the horn, right? You need something better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little bit distracted. My son's watching the Minecraft movie, like some mix. That lava, that chicken
Oh,
song.
right.
That's a
That-
good one. To be honest, that's a
Crazy
good
in
one.
the cinema.
I'm a bit
like
distracted
all those
because he's
things.
watching that and kind of dancing here in front of me, and I'm trying to tell him like I'm having a live stream. I'm trying to be professional here, make money, so we can buy Lego and stuff. But doesn't listen. Keeps on dancing.
Just let me go remo the lawn. He didn't do it well enough the first time. He's to do it again.
Yeah.
Just clip the little heads of each of all the grass.
Yeah, exactly.
Before we go, LJ, you wanted to very quickly just touch on gold.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, so when we were talking about gold at the start of our session, this area, this 33.34 was the first touch point, and it was whether we got through there down to the 33.30, right? We've sat on here, driven up, and this was that point that I drew through here, and then whether we drive high now after those top levels. However, if you didn't get an entry through here, I would say wait until PPI, see what happens then, reassess, then make a consideration. Because you're already, you've made almost half the move, like 40% of the move from there right now. So I just sit on your hands till PPI, chill out, get some good stuff after that. So
Good stuff. Alrighty, that's it from us for another ABL segment. We'll be back again tomorrow. I'll be back again tomorrow from the start with Anastasiia. And we've also got ABL from 8 a.m. UK time, as always, as well. So all that remains for us to say is thanks ever so much, guys. And I guess we're handing back over to you, Jonatan.
That's right.
All
All
right.
right. Thank you for
Cheers,
your
guys.
session here today, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Take care, guys.
hopefully my voice will be better tomorrow than it will today. Honestly, my throat is so bad. See you guys tomorrow.
Cheers,
All right.
guys.
Take care.
Ciao.
What? This is okay. No, that's good. Better. Good stuff. Mike's just trying to do something in the background, probably. Probably not. Never mind. Doesn't matter. Okay, I'm back. Don't leave. Don't leave the live stream. What you want to do instead of leaving the live stream, I want you to like the live stream. If you are going to leave, at least like the live stream before you leave. Thank you. Thank you very much. Today we're going to be looking at the what are we looking at today? I'm looking at USD What happened with USD I want you guys in the comment section. Let me know what you think about USD Do you know what happened with USD It happened about when did it happen? When was the move? The move we broke out. So about 1 hour ago, maybe about 1 hour ago, we started the move that kind of broke the level. So we look at that 1 hour candle. That's a fairly strong move to the upside. You know, we talked about potentially going long on USD but we wanted to see a move a little bit lower before going sly fair value gaps. Is my comment invisible? No, the comment is not invisible. I don't know which comment you're referring to, so maybe ask it again and I'll see if it pops up. Maybe it's a comment that is not a appropriate comment, and maybe that's why we're not addressing it. Let's see. Okay, so we're looking at USD CHF. What do we think about the music, guys? I know these ABL guys, they like to play their super boring elevator music. So let me know in the comments, guys. You want me to you want the music on? You want the music on? We're gonna pull the music, we're gonna turn the music off. That lure guide says yes. What works for me is I trade only 2 pairs daily and weekly. I have also back tested my strategy, and when I generally lose, it's because I broke my own rules. That's a good. It's a very good observation. That's a very good observation. And of course, when you see something like that happening, you go through your journal and you look at your trades, and you see that most of the losses you take is based on mental errors. That's the key to your success. Like, I can't stress this enough. That's your path to profitability. Look at what you're doing right, continue doing that. Look at what you're doing wrong, stop doing that. It's a game of trial and error, right? That's really happy noon from my edge. Please, what do you understand by FVG? I understand now where you think your comment is invisible. We don't understand anything about FVGs, but we could probably get someone on here that understands fair value gaps. But judging by your name, I think you know a thing or two about fair value gaps. So why don't you tell us in the comments what you like? What do you like about fair value gaps? And what do you know about them? Okay, it seems like you want the music to play. Okay, what do we have in terms of news? We have, let's see if I can. We got the news widget right here. Let's see if we're gonna be switching over to. Okay, I don't have that news widget up right now. Maybe Mike changed something in the background. Let's see what we got on Forex Factory. We do have, in about 24 minutes, we have core PPI. So we're going to be monitoring that one. We're going to be monitoring that live and looking at the markets while doing so. Do you trade breakaway gaps? No, I do not trade any breakaway gaps or runaway gaps or any gaps at all. I do sometimes like to look at gaps though, like opening gaps, like Monday opening gaps. I like to look at that. Fair value gaps are really one of the best entry for trend line. What do you think? What is this? Do you have like a fair value gap gang here in the comment section? Whatever works for you, that's whatever works for you. There's no one best entry. There's no one best entry. Runaway bride. That is something that I haven't traded a lot. Haven't traded a lot of runaway brides either. All right, so we got core PPI coming up in about 23 minutes, and we're going to be covering that live. Of course, right now we're looking at USD CHF. The trade for me is gone. The trade idea that we looked for on USD CHF was basically a breakup above this level to hit the 804 level, which this little wick right here hit perfectly. I'm going to pull up my MetaTrader here quickly just to check the positions. We are currently long on Bitcoin. We are long on Euro USD. Let's take a look at those setups. Man, the music is making me sleepy. So I'm trading from my laptop today. I'm streaming from my laptop today, trying to get everything set up here. Trying to adjust the camera a little bit. That's better. Looks good. Okay, so this is the Euro USD trade I'm in right now. I had a question earlier asking me about how long would I stay in this position. So we can... Yeah, I'm going to turn it off. Okay, so it's better. This is better. And better, it's easier for me to focus without the music. I get the attention span of a goldfish. I hear music and I'm like, I just want to go to bed. Okay, so looking at how long has it taken your USD to move this distance in the past? That's a simple way of looking at it. So what type of move are we looking at? We're looking for a move up here. That's a 300 and let's say 370 move to the upside, which is about what happened here. Because it's basically the same type of move here. How long did that take us? From that low to that high, it took us 12 days. How long did it take from that low to that high? Let's say maybe here to that one. It took us That took us 20 days. So we could say somewhere between 10 and 20 days, with, of course, the average then being around 15 days. So how long am I going to stay in this trade? Maybe up to 15 or even 20 days, or just a week or maybe 10 days if there's heavy volatility. And this is what I'm looking at for Euro USD right now. As I explained earlier today, we are filled with about 0.8% risk on this account. So we have 0.2% left that we can use to on this position. And I'm waiting for price. I'm not saying price will come down to this level. What I'm saying is I'm keeping that cash, or cash, that ammunition, if you will, that firepower for entering a new trade until we hit these very, very low areas, which is going to be the 0.786. Now, if we do come down and hit that 0.786, that would allow me to lower the average entry on this position and increase the risk to reward if I'm able to get an entry down here. Now, this is a very good level, I believe. That level is the 1.15300. We have the double bottom right here, a nice breakout. It's an untested breakout level where we had a W structure before the breakout. So very likely this level could act as some type of magnet or catalyst, right? Catalyst, not a catalyst, maybe springboard to the upside or something like that. So that's the idea on Euro USD, and I'm looking at right now. Let me know, guys, if you are looking at Euro USD as well. If you have any opinions on that. And because of the news coming out, I am, of course, tempted to just put a limit order down here. Actually, I might actually do that. So this is a good question right here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna do the calculations for the swap. I think I'm gonna look at the calculations for this, and I will let you know tomorrow. Because this is important. You're gonna look at the swaps and make sure that the money that you're making on the trade is not just being eaten up by commissions and swaps. So I'm gonna look at. I'm going to do that calculation for you and give you some statistics on that tomorrow. It's a very important question because I have multiple positions on this one. How can we be patient with a swing? It's easy. Okay, it's easy. You make a plan and you follow that plan. So for me, for example, I have my entry area right here. I've decided that I'm going to be risking max 1% per trade on this account, on this trade. So 1% of my account on this trade, that's the plan. If price moves below this low right here, the trade idea is invalidated and I'm going to get out of the trade. If price fails to reclaim that level or test that level and instead start trading higher and reclaim this level, I will take that 0.2% left that I have left in the trade, and I will add that to the position. And I'm then going to be looking at this level as the new swing high on the daily, and that will be my level of invalidation. That's the plan. All I have to do now is follow that plan. One good way of trying, being patient with swing trades like this is put in alerts on TradingView. Okay, so for me, that would be, for example, putting an alert right here. So that alert is in line with my trading idea. So putting an alert right here. And then, of course, I want an alert above as well if we reclaim perhaps that level. And if that alert goes off, I'm going to look at the just give me a second. So my son's, I had to tell my son to put on something else on YouTube. I don't know what happened, but he apparently found Peppa Pig with shotguns shooting zombies. I'm like, what are you looking at? Okay, so that's what we got. That's what we got for this one. And by the way, guys, make sure that you hit that like and subscribe to the channel. Hit that like, and while you're looking and while you're hitting that like, make sure that you also go to the comment section. And in the very top comment of the comment section, we have a link to a giveaway. So go in, follow the instructions in that giveaway, and make sure that you are also, of course, subscribed to the channel and like the live stream. Liking the live stream really helps the live trading room here. So make sure that you do. We got another interesting question here as well. Day trader or swing trader, which one is better? Well, I think day trader or swing trader, the thing that works for you is the thing that works for you. Okay, if you're a good day trader, then you should be day trading. If you're a better swing trader, then you should be swing trading. What's best is obviously an impossible question to answer, because I need to know more information about you. Who are you? What's your personality? What's your life situation? How much time do you have to trade? If you have all the time in the world and you are a very disciplined and someone that's not very impulsive, then perhaps try swing trading. I mean, day trading. If you're someone that likes to move a little bit slower, maybe you don't have as much time, and you're patient, then swing trading might be for you. And yeah, it's a good, it's a good comment here as well. It's important that the fact that you're asking me if day trading or swing trading is better tells me that maybe you haven't tried both. Like, what works for you is the thing that is best for you. So just get out there and try different styles, try different ways of trading, and then you'll figure out who you are as a trader, basically. Okay, so when do we have CPI? No, PPI coming out? We have it at 2:30. I'm gonna be opening up Financial Juice to see what we have coming up. I'm most likely not going to be trading this live. I'm also long on Bitcoin. I wanted to show you guys that as well. Let's see where I had the setup. Okay, maybe it's not this one. But I don't know if you guys remember, but from this morning, I got an entry here on Bitcoin. I believe it's a 1-to-1 risk reward up to those highs. We also see that gold is dropping quite quickly. Gonna have to look at that one, of course. Is anyone trading gold today? Is anyone thinking about trading gold in with this news? So yeah, that's the idea I have on Bitcoin, and I'm looking for a move down to 1.12 if this idea is invalidated. So we have 10 minutes left for the news. So gold is looking bearish. I mean, on the daily here, it's going to close in 40 minutes. I mean, the 4 hour is going to close in 40 minutes. That looks like a possible bearish engulfing candle on the 4 hour here on gold at resistance. On the high time frames, of course, I'm bullish on gold. What we see right here is a current higher low on the daily with slight higher highs as well, and an overall bullish structure. So I am overall, I would say I'm bullish gold, but I'm not ready to take a long trade because of the fact that we have a bearish characteristics here on the 4 hour and the lower time frames. Louis says he got in on gold at 3,325. That's really good entry on the lows right here, and then holding over news. So you're going to be holding over news. Interesting. Good luck on that. Good luck with the news trading on gold. But if you know what you're doing, definitely. Some weird sound coming from my laptop. I don't know what it is. But there's a weird sound. Sounds like some type of, I don't know what it is, some type of alert or something from my laptop. So hopefully it's not going to start burning on me. It's very, very, very hot. Weirdly warm. Man, these technical issues that I'm having with graphic card and everything is just, now the laptop is giving up on me. The average time that I hold a trade, let me actually know. Well, let me get into the actual. Let me get the actual statistics for you. Just give me a second. I'm going to see if I can find it. And by the way, this is a long trade. I'm looking at a USD CAD. This is on the daily. Now I have to confirm that I'm a human again. This is going to take a while because got that captcha, whatever it's called. It's going to. Apparently, I'm very bad at choosing. I don't know what its bicycle is. It's like select all the images or select all the all the images with bicycles, and apparently I have no idea what a bicycle is. Right, so what is my average holding time? 12 hours. So my average holding time is 12 hours, which is, I feel like it should be more. Should be more. because some trades I hold for several days. So I feel like that statistics, but that statistic is based on my last 500 trades. But then if I look at like all 2000, it would probably be closer to 24 or 32 hours or something like that. What's the most effective way you align your trading edge with prompt firm rules like consistency caps, lot size limits, and the news restrictions without compromising strategy integrity? So if you have for a swing trader, I think for a swing trader, the biggest issue is the daily loss limit. So you have to make sure that you're adjusting your risk per trade to make sure that the the equity of the account is never too high, so that if you have a draw, if the trade goes into a equity drawdown, or you retrace a significant part of your unrealized profit and loss, you're going to make sure that the trade is not big enough for that to trigger your daily loss limit, which requires some calculations. And not only does it require calculations for that specific trade, it requires you calculate the open risk for every single position that you have open on the account and every position that you might be planning on taking on that account. So if I would perhaps take a long trade on Euro USD with 1% risk, and then I'm going to take another long trade on Euro JPY with 1% risk. Well, if I'm on a high stakes account and I have a max daily loss of 5%, what if, you know, both of these positions are up 2.5R? Okay, so both of these positions are up to 2.5R. If they both go down to entry, I will lose the account. So what you'll have to do is either take partial profits on the upside to make sure that you're taking some of the risk off the table, or you have to limit the risk and move stop loss up, or just have much less risk per trade to make sure that that just never happens. And the way I do it is I simply take much smaller position sizes. And I think this answers your question as well. I think for a swing trader, you're probably going to go with the hyper growth account, because that gives you a bigger loss limit, I believe. Well, not a bigger loss limit, but it's the daily drawdown limit. That's it's at 3%, which is less than 5% on high stakes, but you're not going to lose the account. So I think what you need to do is, like, if you are not super comfortable with calculating that, then going with the hyper growth means that you won't lose the account if you hit the daily drawdown. How do you go? How do you go long on USD CAD and also your USD, even though they have negative correlation? So this is a great comment. So first of all, we need to confirm the theory that USD CAD and your USD is inversely correlated. So basically, what you're saying is they have a negative correlation, which means that when your USD moves to the downside, USD CAD moves to the upside. So we need to first confirm that that is true. I mean, we all know that most likely that is what we're going to be seeing, right? But when talking about this, there's only just one there's just one thing we need to do, and one thing we can do when having a conversation about correlation and negative correlation is pull it up on the screen and actually confirm in real time, is it actually true, or is it something that we just say? And you can of course see here on this chart that it has a quite clear negative correlation. Let's see if I remove all the drawings right here. So the which one is which here? Okay, USD CAD is the blue one, and Euro USD is the red one. So we can see right here that it has a clear negative correlation. We can make it very clear by doing this. And what we see here is obviously Euro USD being the blue one hits support, while USD CAD hits resistance, and then USD CAD starts a I gotta do this. So Euro USD starts a downtrend, and then USD CAD starts an uptrend and consolidates. Well, so they are very much inversely correlated to each other. Now, what I'm looking at here is, so now that we know that it's true, we can remove USD CAD or USD Euro USD, I mean, and we can go back and we can analyze USD CAD. Now, if USD CAD, because again, the trade that I'm looking at here on USD CAD is based on a break and retest of this level. So now what we can do is we can add back Euro USD. And this is, by the way, this is what I recommend that you all do. Instead of just reading something or hearing something like, oh, you shouldn't be trading inversely correlated pairs, you shouldn't be going long on that when going short on that, and test it, right? So we can say a lot of different things on these live streams. We can have a lot of different hosts saying different things, and you're like, oh, that makes sense. I'm going to follow that. But it's a completely different thing actually testing it. And this is what technical analysis is all about. Put it on the screen, put it on the chart, and actually test your idea. And then you don't have to ask anyone for advice. You just know what happens. Okay, so we're adding back Euro USD right here. Now, where is USD CAD invalidated or valid as a trade? Okay, so USD CAD, what I need to see from USD CAD is a move above this level, and then I'm looking for a retest of the level with a confirmed bounce, and that's where I want to go long. I might add a position on the breakout, I might add a position on the retest, but when the retest is confirmed and this trade is alive, I will add everything that I want to be risking on this trade right here, and possibly even moving my stop loss here. Now, what does this mean for Euro USD? Now, remember, what is my trade on Euro USD? The trade on Euro USD is this. That's the trade that I have open on Euro USD. So for USD CAD to break above that high, based on the negative correlation between Euro USD and USD CAD, Euro USD will most likely break this level. And then what happens with my Euro USD trade? Well, I get stopped out. Euro USD breaks to the downside, I'm stopped out. And that's when I will have an alert to trigger. An alert will trigger, you're stopped out on Euro USD, but the USD CAD trade is now invalidated. So it's almost like switching short on Euro USD. But instead of switching short to Euro USD when my long is invalidated, I instead choose to go long on USD CAD because that is within the higher time frame structure. Hopefully that makes sense. So I'm not going to go long on USD CAD here without the Euro USD trade being invalidated. It makes no sense for me to be both long on two negative correlated assets, because that basically means that I'm just gambling. I'm just taking two trades and one of them is going to be a winner. In this case, it doesn't look like both of them are going to be winners. It looks like one is going to be a winner, but I'm going to be in that trade. I'm going to be in the trade. No matter which of these are going to be the winning trade, I'm going to be in one of them. Hopefully that makes hopefully that answers your questions and it makes sense. Okay, so we got a lot of questions here in the comments. I'm going to go through that. In your opinion, what time frame has the most accurate price movement without noise? The 4 hour. Yeah, definitely the 4 hour. It's the 4 hour is that just that perfect time frame between the higher time frames and the lower time frames. If I had to choose just one time frame to trade, 100% that would be the 4 hour time frame. And then there's also the 3-day. If you want a good mix, if you want a high time frame chart that is not that still gives you some more information, the 3-day I believe is a very good time frame to look at the higher time frame structure without removing too much of the intra-week action. So if you want a mix between the very high time frame and like the daily structures, that would be the 3-day. And then if you want a mix between swing and intraday, then I believe the 4 hour is the perfect time frame to remove noise. It won't remove the it won't remove the intraday noise. It's not like looking at the daily, but it's going to remove the very, very strong volatile moves. Okay, so we had the US what's the PPI? Do we have anything interesting coming out here? The US PPI year-to-year actual is 2.3, forecast 2.5, previous 2.6. So it is lower, but it's lower than expected. So forecast was lower, and it is lower, but it is lower than expected. Let's go and look at Euro USD. What happened on Euro USD? I actually have this one right here. We can look at this one. So we have Euro USD to the upper left, and we have gold to the lower left. We got Bitcoin right here to the upper right, and the dollar currency index to the lower right. We obviously see when the news came out, and we saw that Euro USD pushed it upside. Bitcoin pushed initially to the downside, but is now trading to the upside. We got gold. Gold. I can't really make up my mind here if it had a bearish or bullish reaction. I guess somewhat bullish. But what's very clear here is the relationship here between Euro USD and the dollar currency index. We had the dollar currency index moving lower on that news event, with Euro USD moving higher. So let me just quickly. So we're going to keep monitoring this one. Man, my laptop is so slow here. It seems like, doing these live streams on a laptop is not the best thing. Okay, Tommy, this is a good question. Honestly, I'm not sure I understand the question 100%. What time zone should that be anchored to, as the 4 hour will look different for each 4 hour offset? Could you please specify that? I'm not really sure exactly follow that one. Like, what I'm thinking is, if you had to choose one time frame and you're looking at that time frame from an isolated point of view, then I would like the 4 hour. I'm not, when I'm trading, I'm not following any sessions. All I care about is price. I don't care I mean, of course, I care about the hour of the day because of potential issues with liquidity. I mean, you don't want to be trading is a honestly, I don't really think I care about that, because the pairs that I'm trading and the way I'm trading it and the assets that I'm trading is highly liquid and highly volatile during the times when I'm awake. So I don't really have an issue with that. I think most of the things I'm trading kind of die down in the agent session, and I'm not awake in the agent session. So it doesn't really matter. And all I do is I care about price. I care about what is price doing, what is the overall structure telling me, and what is price doing in relation to that overall structure. So it doesn't really matter what time of the day it is. I do, however, know that the way I'm trading now, I don't really have any specific day that is more profitable than the others. But I know that when I traded the other system based on a 4 hour, I was not profitable on Fridays. So I basically I didn't. No, actually, I was most profitable on Fridays, but I was not profitable on Mondays. So I didn't trade on Monday. But that's just strictly because of the statistics of that. It showed that Mondays were not profitable. But session wise, throughout the day, no, I don't really not really care about that. Okay, we got a lot of. Okay, so this is not something that I've ever really cared about. This is not something that I've this is not something that I've tested. It's not something that I've seen is affecting my statistics at all. I I do my charting on the platform that I'm trading. So if I'm trading on Oanda, I'm doing it on Oanda. If I'm trading on IC markets, I'm doing it on the IC market chart. If I'm trading on MetaTrader, I'm basing everything on that 4 hour close of wherever I'm taking that trade. Okay, so it looks like at least your USD is initially starting to find somewhat of a base here and perhaps move higher. Bitcoin has already started to push lower, already started to retrace its move. We had initial bounce on the dollar here, but it seems like it's potentially continuing its move to the downside. Yes, with the hypergrowth account, you are allowed to trade the news. It's only the hypergrowth account that no, it's the high stakes account where you can't trade the news. Do you believe that taking trade after the close of a candle has more winning chances? Um, oh man, that's a good question. So it's really difficult to. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily. I don't think it's like I don't know. I haven't tested it. I don't have statistics to know that. But it's really difficult to. I mean, um, most of the systems out there are created based on signals created on a candle close. So if you have, for example, a system based on the 1 minute, you're obviously looking at what happens on the close of that 1 minute candle. So let's look at the 4 hour, for example. Do I believe that it's more profitable to enter a trade based on the 4 hour candle close instead of like 5 minutes before the 4 hour candle close? I don't know, and it's really difficult to test that because it's not a lot of trading systems out there that gives you the opportunity to say, let's try this system, but instead of entering at the candle close, let's enter 5 minutes before they close to the 4 hour candle. I would say generally, I would say it's better to wait for the candle to close because a lot of times I see that it gives you cleaner signals based on the 4 hour candle close or whatever candle close you're looking for. And if we're entering before the close of the candle, most of the time what you're doing is you're entering too early because you're not waiting for the signal of the system. You're entering before you get that signal. That's at least the way that's the way I'm looking at it. Sorry guys, I'm got a couple of messages gotta go through here. Okay, so we have good question. In the morning session, you predicted a decline for gold, but you changed your mind. I didn't predict a decline for gold. I said that I am bullish on gold, but I'm not ready to go long on gold until we reclaim the level above. Basically, I'm gonna switch over to gold here. I'm gonna show you what I mean. So I'm bullish on gold. Okay, I'm bullish on gold because it's in a high time frame uptrend. But as you can see right here, as long as we stay below this level and as long as this level is being used as resistance, I'm not ready to go long on gold, which looked like a good idea because this level is being used as resistance. All right, let's see. Another question here. Man, it is lagging quite a lot here. I think my streaming just froze here. Okay, now I'm back. If you have a positive risk to reward in both of those positions, you will still be net profit if one of them stops out and the other one hits TP. It could be good for hedging position. So yeah, I think you're referring to the Euro USD long and the USD CAD long as well. Yeah. So I'm not going to hedge the two positions, but it's almost like it's not hedging, but it's almost like one canceling the other. So I look at Euro USD as potentially moving higher, and it's in the area of interest right now where I want to enter, so I enter. And if that one is invalidated, then I look at USD CAD if it's in the area of interest for an entry, and if it is, I will enter that one if Euro USD is stopped out. So it's not like hedging, but it's more like okay, one position will cancel out the other almost. Okay, so that's gold right here. Wow, it's lagging so much. What's happening here? Is it the mouse? Something wrong with it? Is it my connection? Okay, guys, I'm not really sure what's happening here, but everything is lagging quite a lot. Let me know if the audio and sound quality is good. And by the way, guys, remember to hit that like. Hit that like if you haven't already, and go to the comment section. In the pinned comment, you have a giveaway link. Go into the giveaway link and follow the instructions in the giveaway to be added into the draw of an account or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. I don't know how many. Let's. But I will let you know. Tomorrow we're going to be announcing the the prizes, and then on Monday we're going to be drawing the winners. And on Monday we also have another giveaway starting, so make sure that you join that one as well. Man, I gotta stop doing these live streams alone on Wednesday. It's like it's so boring, isn't it? It is so boring, especially when you're swing trading.
Yurang.
Hi.
Hi.
You looked at the live stream and you're like, I gotta get in here.
I looked at the live stream and he said he was lagging, and I thought I can't leave my mate lagging. That wouldn't
Am I
be very
lagging?
fair of it. No, you weren't. But that's why I came in to reassure you that you're not. And then you just said that you didn't want to do live streams on your own. So I thought, well, I better jump in and just say hello and make you feel
Yeah.
less lonely and give you a laughing out loud emoji.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one.
Actually, that's something I haven't shown you on this new platform.
Okay, well, show me.
I've got to remember where it is.
Let's see. Yeah, so guys, we had a conversation yesterday, or I guess I had a conversation yesterday about a laughing emoji. Apparently, Mike really likes to leave laughing emojis on everything I write.
You make me laugh. What can I say?
Yeah.
It's genuinely it's a skill that I am really, really grateful that you have. Honestly.
Yeah, but sometimes like, and then conversation was like, I'm not trying to be funny, but then like even when I'm serious, all you do is just leave a laughing emoji, and it hurts sometimes.
Yeah, but how am I supposed to know whether you're serious or not?
Well, I don't even know if I'm serious or not. So how
Well,
would
exactly.
you know?
Well, exactly. So I mean, geez, what am I supposed to do?
Oh my god, that. Yeah, that's the worst. Yeah,
but look, you got this one as well. I think that's a good one.
that's a good one.
That's a good one. So there you go. You got a layer on as well. So there's an extra layer. There's actually, this one's quite a good one. So this is another. We can have sound on this or not, but I won't leave the sounds on. But basically, we can do something like this.
Wow, look at that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Nice.
Or we can do something like this.
I like that. I like that. The balloons. I like the balloons.
Forgive us, guys, whilst we just practice with,
Yeah.
what the system can do on, a live stream. We can have this, for when people are commenting about your hairline. We can have fireworks as well. So there's loads of stuff, and we can even have stars. Look at that. Whee!
Oh wow, stars.
There you go.
Beautiful.
So yeah, and if things just get too bad, then just don't worry about it. It's all good.
Okay, so I haven't found this place yet.
Yeah, it's
Where
all
do you
right.
get all this?
I've added it as a layer. So if you go to the layers and you've got overlay animations, and then you just got to click app settings and you'll find it there.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna look into that.
There you go. Le Saint, just on that, my recommendation to you is go to the Discord. There is a suggestions channel in the Discord, and Abe takes all the suggestions that go in there, and he takes them to the management, and they then determine whether or not it's something that they want to do. The more people that want something like that, then the more likely it is to happen. There's no guarantees, but that's the best way to submit suggestions. Go into the Discord, and I know personally from having spoken to Abe that he goes and takes all the suggestions, and he goes to management and says, look, this is what people are asking for. So that's the best way to do it.
Yeah. What was the question? To have a kill switch, like
have a kill switch on the dashboard, so all trades are automatically closed when a certain equity level selected by the user is reached. I mean, you can do that with an EA, Lasaint.
Yeah.
You can do that with an EA. You just have to have obviously MT5 running, but you can actually do that with an EA on your MT5 if you wanted to. So.
Yeah, I don't know what EA that is though, but I know that there's EA for risk management.
Yeah, the one I use does it. Trade dashboard MT5 costs $50 at the moment, I think. So yeah. Ori, I'm sorry. If he uses it and abuses it like he does with the sound effects, then I'll figure out a way to take it away.
Okay, so I actually haven't found it yet.
All right, so I won't show him.
I'm very actively looking for it.
It's in the layers. It's only on your screen right now, on your scene. So
Okay.
anyone else isn't going to have it right now. Only you're going to have it on your scene on Wednesdays. If you want it on all the scenes, then I can replicate it across all the scenes later on. So raw like the beast. It's your birthday. Congratulations. Happy birthday. He's found it. He's found it, guys. He's found it.
Oh my god! Yeah. Oh, I need to turn it off as well. Okay, how do I turn it off?
It goes off after a while.
Okay.
It runs for a few seconds.
Well, I'm happy that it wasn't stuck on stuck on repeat.
We don't, and Stephen, unfortunately, there aren't any emojis for Christmas Day, as far as I know. Yeah, I've created an even bigger monster than I'd created before. So
yeah, maybe.
But there you go. So, did you trade anything off the news?
No, I didn't. I'm just in my positions. I got a long trade on EUR USD, and get a long trade on Bitcoin.
Yeah,
but I'm not really seeing a huge amount of movement here.
The thing I found was I think LJ was saying it, that the news this week was more going to be moved by the retail sales rather than PPI today.
Yeah, I think that's
which is why we're probably seeing such a subdued response to the news coming out. So yeah, but yeah, we'll see. Relatively quiet New York Open.
I think we had, obviously, Bitcoin did initially go up, and same with the dollar, but can't really say that. I mean, it's obviously reversing now. So we're probably going to go back to whatever trend, whatever move we had before the news.
Yeah. Stephen, if you want to join the Discord community, all you got to do is go to your 5ers dashboard. The bottom left-hand corner of the dashboard, you'll see a tiny little Discord icon. If you've got a active 5ers account, then you'll be able to log in through your Discord and join the community. There's well over, I don't know how many thousands of people now in the community. There's like a lot. I'm trying to see.
Quite a lot. I mean, well over 10,000, no?
I think it's over 20,000 now.
Yeah, I think it's quite a lot. Yeah, it's a really big number.
So, and they were doing an exclusive. Abe's been doing an exclusive competition just for those in the Discord as well. So, those of you who are joining the wider competitions every week, Abe's doing exclusive Discord one as well. It's closed for this one, but if it goes well, then he'll be doing it again. So, all the more reason to join the Discord.
Yeah, definitely.
You look a bit fed up, mate. What's wrong?
Yeah, no, I'm I don't know, man. It's yeah. I'm on my laptop in the living room. Obviously, it's not the best condition to be streaming from, and the laptop is slow, is lagging, and also, trying to get into that swing trade mode, which is just depressing, slow, waiting, being patient. I mean, I want like fast action. If I can't get that fast action from scalping,
So basically, what you're saying is that as a swing trader, Alex has ruined you into this person that wants all the action and activity, because it was Alex who got you into the live intraday trades, wasn't it? Because you were swing trading before.
No, I mean, I've always been back and forth with trading the lower time frames. I can't really say it was Alex. I'm not going to give him the credit for that. Definitely not. If he was here, maybe, but he's not. So should not be named that person. Um, but no, I mean, I've always been kind of day trading and scalping on and off. It's not been. It's just that I found my. I think it was the fact that we went live and we did the live trading room. Well, it's just. I think that was more of a reason to start trading lower time frames because we wanted some action. The viewers want the action. The viewers don't want me to look at your USD for 4 hours. That's basically what I've done today. I've just had this screen up and I've looked at it for 4 hours. It's probably pretty much. Yeah.
True, true. We've got the man, the myth, and legend sitting in the background.
All right. Good stuff. Yeah, he's just sitting there.
Right. He's forgotten that we can hear him when he talks,
Yeah.
so we can hear him giggling in as well.
Yep. Can you?
He's pulling up. He's pulling up the. He's pulling up the secret source.
Yeah.
Ready to share everyone. The magic.
Hello, hello.
There he is.
What's up, Victor?
Hey, how are you guys doing? What's
Good,
up
mate,
today?
good. You?
All good, man. All good.
Yes.
How are you?
Enjoying the volatility? Fresh new spikes
think
here and there?
I don't know. I don't think there's. Well, yeah, there's some volatility, of course, but I don't think there's too massive today.
Yeah, it's seems rather subdued. So, anyway, I'm going to leave you guys to it.
All right.
But cheer up, Jonatan.
Yeah, I'm tired, man. Tired today.
See you guys.
See you.
See you, Mike. Take care. Hey,
Victor. How's it going?
good. I was just going to ask everyone watching us, how is everyone doing as well? I'm coming in. I have no idea what you guys been discussing before, but it looked very deep, a very deep going topic, and I like that.
Not deep at all, man. It's been very, very, very shallow discussions. Not very deep at all. That's how it is. Yeah.
So you're in a. Are you in any trade?
Yes, I'm in a Bitcoin long and Euro USD. So I'm looking at Euro USD long, and I'm in a Euro USD long right now. Like what I'm seeing. This is a swing trade though, so I'm looking to hold this. For the. I don't know. I've tried to measure how long it probably takes for a move like this to happen in the previously, and it takes about 10, 15 days, something like that. So I'm looking to hold this for a few days, and then I'm also looking at a local long on Bitcoin, which is this one right here. Like a 1-to-1 risk to reward on Bitcoin. I'm also looking at if we break lower.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at this level right here. So looking for a possible long down there.
Okay, that's Bitcoin. So you're looking for that's a swing break and retest, and the other one is probably a shorter, maybe not a day trade, but a couple of days. And the break and retest is a much more longer holding time swing trade. I get that. That makes a lot of sense.
We have a question here. Is it cover a quick question? Let's see, how to be that patient when the big time frame is going in your favor, but then it is going against you, and you don't want to leave profit. Again, it's gonna make plans.
Where's that question?
It's right
right on the screen. I'm looking for it. I couldn't see it. Right in front of our windows.
You're not supposed to have the mask over your eyes, Victor.
No, that was the question.
Yeah. No. So, well, I would like to hear your answer to that, Victor, first.
How to be patient when the big time frame is going in your favor, but then it is going against you, but then it is going against you. So still the big time frame is going. So first it goes in your favor and then against you, and you don't want to leave profits.
I think what he's saying is you have a trade that is in profit, and then it starts reversing, giving back unrealized profit and loss. I think that's
That's inevitable, because the market breeds in and out constantly in all time frames, and the longer you're going to hold the price, the bigger those swings and fluctuations are going to be. There's nothing you can do about that. The only way the market will not fluctuate your P&L is when you have a net zero exposure, meaning either you completely hedged or you don't have any position open. That's the only time when the fluctuation of the market will not affect your P&L either positive or negatively. And that is, the market moves seemingly random. Of course, it's not completely random, but it seems it goes up and down randomly as it is doing, the patterns that it does. So to some extent, you just have to accept it. There's there's
yeah.
there's no hack here. There's no special thing. You can't control the market, and for sure that also means you cannot control the fluctuations that the market will have while the position is open. The only thing though is, what you can do is, there are a couple of things you can do to help you accept the fact or accept the situation. Not that you're going to change anything on the market or the fluctuation it does, but perhaps your perception of these things. One of the things is to go one or more time frames higher. That already puts things into perspective. If you're going to be looking, if you're in even a day trade, and you're going to be looking at from the 1 minute, that's gonna make you so aware of all those fluctuations up and downs. Every candle can be, go a little bit higher, a little bit lower. It'll have spikes. You don't want that. If you, for example, if you're in a day trade and you go to the 30 minutes or even the 1 hour, things look much more calmer and better. So that's one advice I would say. Just stop watching, stop looking at the lower time frame, go to something that makes sense. If you're in a swing trade, probably that just means just look at a daily. Don't go below that, and accept that within that daily chart, it will have, not every chart is going to go from the open, is going to go to, the close in a straight line. It's going to go down, it's going to go up, and then go down again, several times during the day. So understanding that within that time frame you need to tolerate, perhaps half an ATR on the daily time frame that it goes against you before it actually continues to go in your favor. And half a ATR is only on a, let's say you're long, that's only on the bullish candles. You can even, depending on how long that holding time is, you need to actually be able to expect or withstand a candle or two of retracement as it is going in your direction. Even when you're trading with the trend, it's not every candle is going to go in your way. We know that. So it is by managing your expectation, understanding that there's nothing you can do about it other than just give yourself the right perspective, which is on the higher time frame, because you're trying to catch something. You also mentioned it, Hardik. You're looking at big time frame. If you're doing that, you need to have an expectation that you're looking for big time frame, meaning daily, maybe sometimes even weekly. Makes sense depending on how long you're going to be holding it. That's the best I can give you. You're muted.
Okay, thank you. So we can look at an example here with that question in mind. By the way, guys, I gotta jump off shortly, but let's see. Let me just give you this example here. And yes, Saul's not coming on today. Not
Okay.
sure. He's usually on every other week, but he can't be coming on today. He's going to come on next week instead. So yeah, this question right here. Now I can draw a couple of lines here and kind of like give you guys a picture of what my plan is for this trade. So if price comes up here, would I be okay if price comes up here and then back to my entry? Yeah, absolutely. No problem. Would I be okay with price coming up here and then going back down to my entry? No, I would not be okay with that. Like that's not comfortable. So would I be comfortable with price coming up here and then down to my entry? Yeah, maybe I would. Like not a big problem. But so if price comes up here, hits that high, I might want to take some profits here, move my stops below that one. So now if price comes down and takes my stop loss, at least I'll be making a little bit money on this trade. If price breaks above here, I might take a little bit more profit and move my stops here. Would I then be okay with having taken profit here and then price moving down here and stopping me out in profit? Yes, absolutely. I would be okay with that. So just by doing that thought experiment of how would I feel if price moves this, then okay, now I don't know what I did. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I locked my computer.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back now. And the screen share,
I'm
I
gonna switch
have.
to mine.
Okay, well, I have here. Okay, so
Okay.
doing that little quick thought experiment kind of gives you a plan, right? So what I would do is I would take some profits here, move stops here, and then if we break out, take a little bit more profit and move stops below the breakout, and then hold the rest of the position. So that's the plan. Now, by making that plan, I make sure that I'm not in the situation that you're describing. I'm never going to be in that situation because I'm not going to be seeing my unrealized profit and loss go all the way up and then all the way back down because I'm going to be monitoring that trade. All right, Victor. Unfortunately, I will have to leave you.
That's okay.
I'll try to see if I can get back before we end. Update you guys on the positions that I have and see if I have anything activating and get in.
Yeah. Before you, could you explain to me at least? I know it's a kind of a selfish request, but what are you looking at when you thought about going long?
On EU.
Yes.
Okay, so what we have. Let's gonna go to this one.
By the way, someone is asking you if you caught the reversal yesterday on gold. Purity is asking.
No, I get stopped out right away, right before that reversal. I know what trade you're talking about, but no, I got stopped out, and I was having dinner. Like, yeah, I was having dinner when that low came in, but that was extremely frustrating because it put in that low and would have made back everything. But I was having dinner at that time when the alert
Mm,
goes off, so no, I did not catch that one. Unfortunately. Okay, so on your USD here, what
okay.
the reason why I'm going long here is because I am betting on Euro USD entering this range right here, or at least start trading between this 1.16 level up to the 1.20. So either we are now seeing a weekly fake out of this level. But looking at what prices has done previously when hitting that level, I've never seen a like a rounded retest of a breakout level on the weekly at this level. And given the macro backdrop, if the euro, if the dollar is going to um, trade around the current area or just drop slightly, I do feel like there's a possibility of seeing that next push to the upside on Euro USD in the next week or so. But I do feel like 1.20 might be the medium term top for Euro USD. So all I'm doing here is looking at the daily and just following the trend on the daily and looking at the weekly as a break and retest of that 1.16 area that I believe um, we are potentially hitting as support right now and creating a support zone here with that 1.20 area as my take profit. Yeah, that's basically what I'm looking at.
Okay, I get that. That's great. Good to know.
Yeah. Okay, I will be back. I'll be back most likely in a little bit. Okay.
No problem. We'll be
See you
here
guys soon.
waiting for your return if that were to happen in the future.
All right. See you soon.
All right, Jonatan. Take care. All right, I'm gonna switch to. Thank you for switching. So here we are. Let's get the charts. Speaking, yes, that is what I. That's how I look at things. To me, the market is speaks to us through the formation, the invalidation of these structures or these rectangles, these order blocks, whatever you want to call them. That's what to me. That's how the market talks to us. So let's check. I have any gold. I haven't checked any. I don't have any trades on for gold. Purity. I can check for sure. I can check Van Alphen. How are you doing, my friend? I remember you from yesterday, of course. You had a very nice setup for us on what was it? The dollar cat. So let's see. So show us some Quasimodo. Yes, let's do some Quasimodo for the those who want it. All right, so let's check gold. What is gold doing? I'm gonna do a very quick top down analysis. Here you are. Nothing here to see. Basically, nothing to signal other than market last couple of 2 months. Market has been slowing down and going slightly going ranging with slight bullish undertone. On the weekly, there isn't anything to trade from. We do have this order block, but we're already moved away from it. So currently, it is not something you want to be using in your analysis. So on the daily time frame, what do we have? We had a very interesting situation where we had a bearish and a bullish quasi opposing each other, obviously. And you can take multiple trades as it is ping ponging between these two levels. It doesn't always do it, but it has a good chance of doing that. And from here to there and then back, right? That's the name of the game. Both of them, you could be looking for a short or a trade from both of them, a short from that area and a long from that area. Currently, we're in the middle. So, as a swing trade, I'm not interested in doing anything with that, with this asset or this pair, because these signals are. It's not in the area of interest. So as simple as that. So we don't. The daily doesn't really tell you anything. The only thing we could assume is that if it left the upper border or the upper order block, that is likely needing, right, in turn, before it reverses, it likely needs a structure in the opposite direction in the same time frame, meaning that daily order block below us. So you could assume that the intention of the market, quote unquote, would be to reach this that level, right? Where actually we are seeing a sort of a bullish candle before that structure. So that's the only thing we can get off from that. And if we look at it more carefully on the H4, let's take a look. We don't have anything in the same direction, right? You have this order block, considering, right, that this is the direction of the market. As we said, right, it's going for that daily order block below us. That's the idea. If that is the assumption of what the market is trying to do, then this is the last order block that was created, but it is not at a place where it makes sense for us to look for a trade there. What I would be interesting is we did have an H4 order block here. Here we are. Right, it had immediate retest, and you had that reaction, very beautiful. And right, if we come back to that order block, I would be interested, not as a swing trade, right? Because the swing trade would need that daily order block to be on our side as well. So I'm going to be waiting for the daily order block below us, the shaded one, this one, to be touched before I consider a swing trade. But in the meantime, what we do have is this order block. If price were to come back to that, I would assume that the market will have some kind of a push, perhaps not a big push, but enough for me to catch something from. So that would be the H4. Let's go to the lower time frame to see if we can spot some kind of a fresh order block. Yes, I do see here something. Let's see. Right. So in that case, it would be this one. However, yeah, to me, at least in any case, it hasn't touched the H4 for a retest yet. So I want to see that happening, not what we're currently seeing, which is only the H2. You can trade these, but I like to be as selective as possible. And this is not, the best alignment. I want them to be touching both of them at the same time. Basically, that's why I mark the levels, right? The overlap, because that's where I want them. To me, that's where the bigger opportunities are. Price coming actually all the way into that area and bouncing, not just as it is doing right now. But so that I would be waiting for. And let's see if we have something on the 15 that tells us, although this looks like it's really look at that reaction from that to the H2 order block. It looks like it wants to keep on going with that retrace from the impulsive move down we had from the daily time frame. But we'll have to see. I'm not saying with this arrow, I'm not saying I'm trying to predict what it is trying to do. It's not to the order block, but to the daily order block, which is not visible here. I'm not saying that it is going down to this area, but the area is that blue box we have below us. But that is the general idea, and only if it reaches there, then I'm interested in going long as a swing trader. And everything it does before reaching the order block is, I pretend not to have an opinion as in what is going to happen. I don't know if it's going to go down or not. Same thing is for the H4 order block we have here. It does not tell it. What it tells me is that at least in this area, the H4, the traders to control. That's what it tells me. But it does not tell me if it's going to come back within a certain time. Obviously, it's going to come back sometime, but I mean, it doesn't. I'm not trying to do any kind of prediction that price necessarily is going to come back to that order block, that fresh order block. But when, only if and when it gets there, I'm interested. That's the distinction between, when I have these areas, I'm preparing in the case of that scenario that I want to be taking along from here. Not necessarily that price is going to necessarily reach it soon. All right, so that would be the area that I would be interested in. Let's see. Steven asking about valid order blocks. Nice, I like that. We do have a little 15-minute order block here that is basically the whole area here. I would want to do something here in the background, since, let me check what's the ATR of the market currently. The ATR is, let's go to the daily. Okay, so it is the ATR around 66. Let me double check. Yes, it is at 5. Okay, so 66, and it is as 50. So basically very, very close. Well, quite close to that area currently. Okay. All right, so let's get back to gold. So so that is what I would that's the first, or the opportunity, the area of interest that is nearest to where we are right now. So in the case that price were to come back lower, gold that is, I would start looking for the lower time frame to see if I can spot a reversal on the lower time frame, on the minutes, to catch my entry. And if I were to do that, let me get rid of that, these arrows. In the case that I get that reversal, or that retest, I would be interested in targeting this area, which is the FDA above the structure, right? This is the structure, right? The head, or the head would be here, or the order block, the fresh one, and that's the first hourly structure that I would be interested in, and it would be something like this, right before it, and your stop a little bit below that area that they're looking for, but only if it comes into that area and shows my confirmation. Okay. Other than that, I'm not going to hold this for very long, since I understand that the market is in the middle, right? You don't want to be getting in the middle of, two stations in terms of price. Okay, so let's go to EU. No problem. Purity. That's why we're here, as we always say. We're here to serve, to help you, to guide you, to give anything we can to give you the best chances of becoming, better in your trading game. Let's see. There you go. Okay. All right. The question. Let's check the chat for any the gold and EU whispers short according to Themba. I think you're right, Themba. Just looking at the market structure, it looks like it's not done yet with that direction. It may change. But I don't see it yet. But that's fine. Let's look at the chat if we have any other messages. Okay, so how do I identify the valid order block? That question came from Steven, our good friend Steven Chipeta. I'm not sure if you say Chipeta like that, or Chipeta. Not sure. Let me know, Steven. But what can we say on a fresh order block? Well, there are two order blocks that I distinguish. Right, you can break them down in multiple, types, and order them in terms of potency. You can there are many different, right? There are nuances between them, but in general, for my signals, right, you have unmitigated, mitigated. You have multiple retasks, each one of them making it weaker, visible on the chart. All of that is possible, and you can make this distinction based on those characteristics. However, to me, for my trade plan, which is for its applicability and its functionality, the order block, I only make distinction between two order blocks. One is part of a quasi, and the other one is a fresh order block. And because of that distinction, the definition of each is different. So, but the one rule for all order blocks is that, like this. Let me indicate it to you. So let's see. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger so you guys can see it. Actually, we did talk about this on the Discord community, Discord server, maybe yesterday. I think it was yesterday, or maybe the day before yesterday. But these are the kind of things that we discuss as well. So if you are interested in joining us on the Discord server of the The5ers, then what you need to do is buy an account with us, and in your personal hub section, you will find the icon that will lead you to the Discord community. Great area. And I'll be hosting another show or stream in about 1 hour and 15. It is a lot of fun. So you're totally invited to join us there. All right, so imagine this is the order block, and obviously if it is, let's say this is a bearish order block. If it is a bearish order block, that means that you had a bullish candle, and actually a little smaller. Let me mark that. That means that you had an open of a bullish candle. It went up, right? So it closed as a bullish candle as well, and then pushed lower. Okay, push lower and close. And actually, this high is the wick. Let me mark it for those who are perhaps new to the market. Let's see. Which of the two, Stephen? The first one or the second one? Let's say this is a bullish candle. Oh, it's not showing. Okay, so that's fine. Let's make something that, okay, there you go. Let's assume that this is the bullish candle. I'm gonna change it, the color, obviously, and that is the right. So it will be something like this. All right. And actually, to be more precise, I'll have to put in the wick. Right. So this right away, I'm gonna tell you guys how I mark these order blocks, and let's assume that the wick was a little bit smaller. Right, maybe something like that. Imagine there that the wick, well, I can make it visually a little bit more accurate. Imagine that this is the candles, right? And I don't know, something like that. Obviously, this needs to be a bullish candle because it needs to be green because it is bullish there. All right. Okay, so this is, let's say you have a bearish engulfing, right, where the order blocks are being created by the body of the second candle being bigger and in the opposite direction as the first candle. Now, my way of marking the order blocks, and I emphasize it is my way, right? So it may be different for other people. What I do is I use the open of bar number 1, which is this bar, obviously, and I use the highest high of these two candles. So it may be the first candle or maybe the second. It doesn't matter which one it is as long as I choose the highest. So from the open, from bar 1 till the highest point of these two, the highest high of these two, and then I drag it to the left, right? That's the order block to me. And in the case of a bearish candle combination, a close beyond the order block is what is going to invalidate that order block, right? So it needs to be on the same time frame. So if this is an H1, let's say if this is an H1 and it closes above here on the 15-minute, that's fine. It's a sign of weakness of that order block, but it's not invalidated, at least not to me, right? So the wick, in the meantime, that means that it will leave a wick if it doesn't close above that on the higher time frame, the H1. But to me, that's perfectly fine as long as it doesn't close above that upper border. So the universal rule that I apply is a close beyond the order block. I hope that is clear to everyone, right? And I repeat, it is my way of doing it, and you might find other variations of these rules from other people. There is no like one absolute truth in these things. As long as you know what I'm talking about and you do your homework in applying and before applying these rules, you do your homework in checking that this makes sense to you as well, right? Try different things, and I'm doing it that way because obviously I tested, and to me that was the best way. My trade plan is most profitable when I do it this way. Simply said. All right, that's no problem, Moses. Okay. All right. Okay, so let's look at the market. We had the news coming in, of course. That was the PPI, if I'm not mistaken. that thank you, Millennium. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I take that as a nice compliment. Let's see. The reason that I ask why, why this would be a anyone would be wanting to take this as a long. The reason is, of course, that through the lens of the order blocks and quasis, I couldn't see a this move being, eminent, right? Can always happen, but I didn't see it. And if I didn't see it, then I'm gonna assume it's not very likely to happen, or maybe I'm missing something. That is always possible. So on the daily time frame, let's do an EU breakdown of the market. Let's do it on the higher time frames. I understand by looking at this that we have a huge reversal pattern on the monthly time frame with this its head, left shoulder, neckline, breaks it, first forms the first right shoulder, continues to go lower. So there is that possibility of a possible second right shoulder, and that's exactly what we are potentially being informed. And the fact that we are creating this candle after interacting with that order block on the monthly makes complete sense to me, right? Because that, as a bearish entry order block on the quasi, that's exactly what they're supposed to be doing. That's what you would expect, right? Price gets to them, price switches, sellers come in, push prices lower, and that's exactly what we're seeing, right? It doesn't really tell us a whole lot, just that it makes sense, right? It is making complete sense in terms of why it is going lower. The other thing is that, other than that, on the monthly, there isn't anything to say, at least not to me. So we go to the weekly. The weekly time frame did create a fresh order block, and we would wait for this to be retested sometime in the future, hopefully not too long, for this to still be to be fresh, so we can make use of it. But if it doesn't happen, right, the same thing what I explained before, the fact that I'm waiting for this to happen doesn't mean it's going to happen, right? It doesn't mean that from this moment, because we have a fresh order block to use as, to be retested, doesn't mean it's going to be retested right now. That retest can happen in the future. I have no idea when it's going to happen, right? It's going to happen whenever it's going to happen, right? I'm not doing any statement as how eminent that is. However, if it happens, and when that moment comes, I want to be part of it. That's the mentality that I have. Okay, so on the monthly time, on the weekly, the monthly we already discussed, but on the weekly time frame, we have that the new freshly created order block, and it moving nicely away from it after its creation, which makes a lot of sense. And the second, and whenever I see that, I assume, okay, it's leaving a weekly, it just created and leaving a weekly order or structure behind. It wants to go to the same time frame, a structure in the same time frame in the opposite direction. Where is that? That's down below us, right? So to me, that's what the market is trying to do. It may not do it all the time, but that's a very safe, very logical, and makes a lot of sense to think that way, right? Assuming that price is wanting to do exactly that, or it's just an assumption. You're not going to be taking a trade necessarily in that direction, just looking for alignment with that idea. On the daily time frame, do we have reversal patterns? I'm gonna try to see if I can take some lines off so you guys can perhaps see it more clearly. Don't forget, guys, if you think you're enjoying, or if you are enjoying, if you're certain you're enjoying this, don't forget that you can support our channel by clicking that like button and subscribing, joining the subscribers club, because that way you make it possible for us to keep on growing and reach more aspiring traders to help them become more profitable. Okay, so on the daily, to me, this is just a retracement so far, right? It doesn't mean that this trend necessarily has changed or broken. Not necessarily. To me, it's just a retrace. Why? Because the neckline in this case is here. That's where the neckline currently is residing, right? The neckline of this possible reversal, which hasn't completed itself, right? So I'm going to mark that, see that, daily D1. So it doesn't mean that the market is going to go there. It's just a test. That's just a line in the sand telling me if before the market reaches this, I'm going to assume, I'm going to have the working assumption that we're going to continue to go high, meaning that this is just a retrace and it's going to flip back, switch back, reverse, and continue in that direction, just like Jonatan is expecting, right? But I don't know yet, at least we don't know yet, based on this price action, where that reversal is going to come from. The only thing we have, of course, is this order block below us, but it's not fresh and not part of a quasi, at least not on the daily time frame. So I don't have anything. I don't have any indication or tool to tell me where that's going to happen. So on the daily time frame, eventually, what's the conclusion? We have a retrace, not a reversal, and no structure valid for us to assume that we're already trying to reverse from. Okay, so that's it. I'm going to wait for price to come lower, although this is not going to trigger me into a trade necessarily. I might get a trade from it, but it won't be the usual trades that I take, holding it for the whole day or perhaps even a couple of days. So let's go to the H4. And the fact that I ended the daily without a signal, a structure, a setup tells me that whatever I'm going to be doing, since I'm already looking at the H4 and I didn't have anything on the daily, it means that whatever I'm going to be doing is going to be only as a day trade, right? I'm only going to catch a move from one step to the next level on the hourlies. That's it. I'm not looking for the dailies because I didn't have a trade. So there's nothing to be done or decided upon based on those daily time frames. Let's okay, I get that. I'm gonna check something here. Let's see how the daily ATR is looking so far. I checked it not long ago, but let's check that again. Okay, we're at 55, and we just checked. It was not long ago at 68. Right, so we still have about 13 pips to 100% ATR on the daily, which is good to know. So price can still push at least another 13 pips for the day. So for those who are wondering, is this extended, overextended? Are we going to see a reversal, a short-term reversal into some mean reversion average level? It's could happen. And actually, there's a very nice reaction, which is from this top right here. Previously, you can see that reaction very beautifully. I'm not trading, not scalping at the moment. But if I were, that could be one of the levels that I would be looking for a little pop, just like we're seeing right here. But as I said, I since I'm streaming, I don't combine those two things at once. Okay, so let's go back to the H4. What do we have? We have structures from the left, but these are not part of quasis and not part of. They're not fresh, right? So they're not good enough for to really hold price and reverse this bigger move, right? This is the big move, or the relevant move, and anything that happens because of these order blocks is likely just going to be a little pop, a retracement, because they're not fresh, as I said, and they're not part of entry, or they're not part of a quasi, right? It doesn't really happen all the time that way, but that's a very safe, conservative assumption if you do that. Okay, let's look at the. We did have on the H4, we did have a fresh order block. It hasn't been retested yet, and I have no idea if when that will be retested, if it's going to be something soon or not. But it doesn't matter. We're not there, so it's not relevant. If we go to the daily, not the daily, what am I saying? The H2, do we see anything particular? Any fresh order block being created that are still fresh? No, I don't see anything. And on the H1, there is one order block here, and there is a little area here that was that is still, well, it's no longer. I don't think it is. No, it is still available to be traded, in my opinion. But price is completely in the opposite direction. I don't see anything here to trade other than this little area here, very tight area that I would be interested. But that was before price, crashed down. Crash down is a big word, but you understand what I mean. Pushed much lower than this swing low from yesterday night. That is the level of the 1.15935. So basically, I don't have anything here to trade from. Not using quasis and order blocks. I'd like to give you something, but there isn't. If there isn't, then I understand just by looking at this that the likely, if there isn't any structure, anything in particular, it's a safe bet that the market would try to continue with that downtrend, because that's what it's been doing for a couple of days now, and that's the easy path forward, and that's exactly what it did. Let's look at another. Pair, perhaps. All right, I am. Thank you for that vote of confidence, Stephen. We appreciate that. All right, let's take a look. We still have 15 minutes. Let's take a look at do you guys have any questions? Any question you guys want to, I don't know, something about quasi, maybe the order blocks, maybe system development, maybe psychology, maybe risk, anything. We are an open book for you to, ask anything you want and see if we'll try our best in any case to see if there's anything we can do. All right, what I can do is look for a reversal on the 1 minute, but I don't like doing that. For one reason is this isn't 100% ATR yet, and that's already putting you in a disadvantage. It is likely, even if you have a reversal from this area, that market, right, is likely to go a little bit lower. If it's not going to be in right away, right, meaning continuing like so, it will be somewhat later. Right, there could be a reversal, but until it starts showing those signs on a high enough time frame, it's just a little retrace for price to just continue its path until. And today, because it was PPI, it's even likely that it's going to be, it can extend that range a little bit more than just the average number. Okay, so that's it. And even if you use the quasis, my quasis, the rules of my quasi will tell me that there isn't anything here created so far that will tell me that there is a chance. This is the neckline so far on the 1 minute. Okay, that to me is a straight indication, a very strong indication that there isn't any signs that the market is ready or isn't even attempting to make a reversal. This thing is nothing. It's something, just a little bleep on its way down, and that's how you should treat it as well. All right, let's see what we can do here. All right, let's go to the GU. In the meantime, we'll try to do it a little quick top-down analysis on GU. We have the same thing for if you're listening in as I was doing EU, you would recognize the same thing, right? Where we have on the monthly time frame a reversal pattern. In this case, it is right here, the head, the left shoulder, and that's on the weekly, by the way. This is the left shoulder on the monthly, the head, the break of that weekly, the monthly neckline, and we're coming back to an area that we could expect some kind of a reversal from, or at least a little drop. That's exactly what we're seeing. There isn't really much else to see. We do have a fresh order block, not a fresh, a entry order block on the weekly time frame from the same quasi. That is the neckline, left shoulder, the head, and what else do we see? Do we see any clear indication on this time frame on the weekly that the sellers have taken control? Not really. There is a break of a reason currently, a break of that swing low, but that's it, right? There isn't that's not significant enough for me. That just taking the swing low, that's a sign of weakness. It's a break of structure, but on the lower time frame, in this time frame, I don't consider that to be the structure to be broken. And if I may, let's mark where it actually is to me. Where would I consider a break of structure in this? Actually, all the way down here. Yeah, all the way down here. So as you can see, the market is not giving us any signs of a break of structure, meaning it's very, very bullish still. There are some swing points, but they're not, the structural swing points that needs to be broken to break basically the market structure. If we go to the lower time frame, it's another story, right? You have the daily neckline that is clearly there. This is a significant retrace, and we are now breaking it down. That gives us the idea that we now have a quasi to be waiting for us, right? On the daily time frame, that becomes now an entry order block, and that's the only structure we have. Okay. And we do have this order block as well, as we have indicated before. That's the daily order block here that we will wait for price to get there if it actually gets there to look for that reversal on the lower time frames. I'm going to take that away since that is no longer relevant. We do have a quasi right here. Look at this. That's the established downtrend, breaks the neckline, goes all the way here, and then comes back for the potential reversal. Okay, we're still clear. We're still quite ahead, quite early on that because it hasn't reached the area of actually. Yes, yeah, that is the structure. So let's go down. So that's not ready. We'll have to wait for price to actually reach that order block to use this pattern or this time frame. It means as well, right? By doing this, we're going by saying that on the daily we don't have any signals yet. That means that we're not going to get into anything that is going to push price much longer, in time. So to hold it longer than a day. So everything we do, every decision, every setup that I'm going to be choosing, because I didn't have anything on the daily, is going to be an intraday, sometimes an overnight, but usually just an intraday, a day trade. Okay, so let's go to the H4 to see if we have anything. And actually we do. There is a quasi right here on the H4 order time frame, and it's this one. NAS, someone is telling Kumar, saying the NAS is it needs to be checked, right? That's the established downtrend, break of the neckline, and coming back into that order block. Okay, in order for us to take this trade, price needs to tell us in this time frame that the buyers have taken control, right? Do we see in this time frame that has happened yet. Do you see that the buyers have taken control, that they have the upper hand based on these candlesticks? I don't see it. There is an order block here, yes. Is it being respected? Not at all. Look at that big candle going through it, and it still has 3 hours to go. We can't see how it's going to close yet, but if it closes anything like it is showing right now, it is telling us that the sellers are in control, right? Look at which direction the big candles are created. One, that big candle. Look at this one. Look at that one, right? It tells us, the sellers they have the advantage. So we can't take anything yet. And if the market is going to close below that order block on that quasi, then the whole quasi becomes invalidated, because that was the last order block. Order block it has as an entry. So that's going to be interesting in 3 hours and 5 minutes to check, but it's not giving us anything yet. We do have, however, a fresh order block right here, and actually another one a little bit lower, right, which we can use. Okay, so in that case, because we have two, I prefer to take the bigger one. If we go lower time frames, you can see why I have these levels, and it is because of that trade that I took. That was a trade that I took earlier from the reversal from that 5 minute time frame entry signal that I got. Okay, so the quasi is this. Right, let me go through it again. So we have an H4 order block. Let me indicate it. H4 order block. We have the H2, right? Let's see if we have H1. H1, we have two. It's actually, you can call them, both of them are indicating the same thing. And there's also a outside bar here, but let's take that. Let's not consider that, because that wasn't what I used for my entry. And then once I have that, I can go to the lower time frames, right? And then let's see, this is the established uptrend, right? That's the established uptrend there. The neckline, it breaks it, goes back one time, goes back the second time, and that's where I got my entry, and it went very nicely to TP. And because I don't have a daily, it's just going to. It was just a trade for, a day trade, something within the ATR, just to the next level, and that's it. Nice and easy. No need to have. Do it with confidence, because understanding that even though I'm targeting something that is below that swing point, it makes sense, because the price action is telling us that that's likely to happen. I don't know if it's going to happen, but it's likely to happen. All right, let's look at Kumar's NASDAQ. Let's look at that. NASDAQ. Okay, so Kumar, let me know what time frame you're trading, right? Because without that, I would be looking, all over the place without knowing what you would want me to see. All right, so we do have that order block that was already broken. That's why it has been taken off. That's a monthly order block. That's a very strong bullish sign for those who are investing. That's relevant. Right, bearish monthly order block being invalidated. Then we have on the lower time frame making a new high, an all-time high that is also. Other than that, we don't have anything. Any structure from here has been invalidated. The same as with this monthly. I still have it there just to make it clear that it was broken. And on the weekly, there's nothing to be seen. There's nothing here. There is an order block here, but by now it's almost already not even fresh anymore. Okay, and on the daily time frame, right? What I'm interested in when the market does this is, do we have signs of a possible reversal? let's see. This is the close. No, this is the open, and the close. Okay, so there isn't, the neckline to me is going to be all the way down here. Okay, that's the neckline. That's the line in the sand telling me whether or not the market is ready for a possible reversal, right? A possible. You see that was where it was first. Actually, I can just move it around like so. Yes, like so. Okay, so as long as it's not breaking structure on this time frame, it doesn't make sense for us to take a short, right? Because we should be going, where it has the most probabilities to continue, which is or go, which is in it up. Even though it's been going up, that is still the base assumption. All right, and we do have an order block here on a more locally that we're retesting here. It's at the top. That's not a very an order block that I would be eager to trade from. We can still take a trade from, but it's not. I'm not going to extend that trade for very long. If it's positive, if it has alignment, then yes, I'll take it. But that's it. I'm not going to be doing anything with it else. The H4, there is an quasi, but it's at the end of a very nice breakout. So that's not very attractive to be taking. But if I were to indicate where that is, I would use the whole area right there. This is the area that I would like to take a long from, but very conscious that it is at the end of a very large move bullishly, right? So that's not where you want to see those bullish reverse. You want to see them at the end of a retrace, or at the end of a when price is reaching some kind of higher time frame structure, and that's not the case, right? It's a daily, but it's only that. You don't have anything in the weekly or the monthly or a swing low on the higher time frame to indicate this could be the reversal point. On the contrary, this could be just a little order block that would be taken out as the market retraces a little bit, but still is in a bullish order flow. Okay, let me see here. What do we have? Okay, so that's on the H4. Short, I wouldn't dare going short here until the market. Let's see, this is the neckline for the short. So for a short, I would want price to break that and then come back for a possible short on this time frame, maybe to this order block, right? That would make sense to me, and then I will extend it and perhaps even more, or that top order block that we see right there. But that's not the case yet, because I haven't taken the break of the structure on the sell quasi, and on the bullish quasi, we haven't reached this order block yet. So we don't have a lot to go with. We can get a little feeling, not a feeling, but a reading on this price action right here. What do we see? We have opposing structures in the same time frame. That tells me that at some point both sides were in equilibrium. All right, so it is clear that yeah, okay, I see it now. This is the significant structure, and I'm going to be using this, as long as this is still valid, I'm going to be using this as the, let's see, using this as the basis of the trade, right? So I would be going short from this area and only going for the FTA. In that case, that would be actually, yeah, I would be going for that lower level. It's not great, but that would be something that I would be interested in taking this trade. As long as this order block is still valid, I would be interested in waiting for a reversal, for a little retrace into that level. That's it. Not being too ambitious about it, because the market has been throwing order blocks on both direction, telling me that it's not totally clear, and you have the momentum on your side. Actually, that area looks nice to me currently. Don't know if that's going to be anything, but if it were to do something like that, that makes sense to me. Right? You can actually see the quasi, right? That's the neckline. Actually, the neckline is a little bit higher, but doesn't matter. Let's just leave it there. That's the neckline, and the retracement tool is right there, indicating that this is a viable entry order block for you to take as well. All right, I hope that is time flies as always, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. This is the end of our stream. It goes so fast. I hope you enjoyed yourself. I did. Join me on the workshop we're going to be having on the Discord server in about 40 minutes. You'll actually have a chance of winning 10 hub credits. What are those? Those are credits you can use for a discount. 1 hub credit is $1, right? So join us. There's a lot more than just credits to be won. I mean, experience, the sharing, the being part of the group, the tribe, is much more valuable than any hub credits you might win. But still, there are credits to be won. All right, that's it for me, everyone. Hope you had your daily dose of chart analysis, and I hope to see you soon again tomorrow. Bye-bye.